Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. I think I still know how to do this radio thing. Brad, I don't know about you, man. Welcome back. We were both on vacation for the last week, and I was unplugged as I've ever been. I didn't tweet a damn thing in the last 8-9 days down at the Jersey Shore. I don't know. I know you've been tweeting up a storm, getting folks ready for fantasy football, so you've been much more plugged in than I have. But, man, we've got a Hall of Fame game in the books that we can get to. I know it's been a couple of days since then, but Carson Beck looked freaking great. But either way, it's been over a week. It's been like 10 plus days since you and I have been on the air together, my brother. So how the hell have you been as we now start the sprint towards the NFL and college football seasons?
Oh, I've been splendid. I've been spectacular. My liver right now is as wide as the state of Texas because there was a lot of imbibing going on at Casa de Evans. So I was on vacacion for the week. But as you said, I did stay plugged in as much as possible. I envy your situation. I wish I could escape and get away. But, man, I got a fantasy football draft coming up this weekend, as a matter of fact, at Casa de Evans. I had a lousy year last season in the Red Grange Invitational. I need to exact my revenge. So the research, your boy's been after it, and more than just the tequila, my friend.
Oh, that's good to hear. That is good to hear. We got some fantasy news and notes, and obviously NFL bunch of news coming out here, including a big bag for Quinnen Williams that we're going to get to. But it's been over a week since you and I were both on the air, and it's been nearly a full month since our entire crew has been together. You, me, producer Brandon Combs, our video producer Monty, Michael Montgomery. So it is good to be back, all of us together. And if you have been listening or tuning in over the last couple of weeks, shout out to all the folks that have been filling in for us, both on the air and behind the scenes. But Brad and I are basically going to be on now, with the exception of a day or two here or there, every day for the next 5, 6, 7 months in a row, talking all things NFL, college football, baseball, as we've got some incredible pennant races, division races, National League MVP race. We've got a bunch of stuff going on in the sporting world, and we're going to give it to you every single day, unfiltered, with our unbiased, for the most part, opinions. But in case you've been tuning in, you can get the show every Monday through Friday. That's where we are, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter as well, at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. We want your calls. We want your texts at 310-840-4910. Well, Brad, we do have one preseason game in the books, and 30 teams have yet to even play a preseason game, and yet, my friend, we've already got injuries galore to some of the game's biggest and some of the game's most up-and-coming receivers. And I want to start in your neck of the woods here, because Malik Neighbors, it looks like there's really good news around him, and as a Giants fan, I freaking love that. And there are some good news on some other receivers. But, man, when it comes to some receivers like Alec Pierce, when it comes to receivers like Zay Flowers, Mike Evans, and when it comes to Luther Burden, maybe not so good news here. Let's start with your neck of the woods in Chicago. Luther Burden, the Bears' second-year receiver, who's coming off of a pretty good rookie season where he had over 650 yards and 2 touchdowns, but exploded onto the scene at the end of the season. Groin injury on Saturday in practice, got tangled up with corner Tyreek Stevenson, and Ian Rappaport says he will, quote, expected to miss a little time. Now that has kind of surfaced to about a month, according to CBS Sports. But according to the Bears, they're hopeful he'll be ready for week 1. And you throw this into the mix with the news on Rome Odunze. And by the news, I mean everything that he's been telling us himself, the new normal coming off the stress reaction in his foot, the heel injury that he had been dealing with all of last season. Doesn't sound great as a Bears fan when you hear a guy that's in his mid-20s talk about a new normal with his foot. And you look at this offense in general with Caleb Williams on the cover of Madden, the comeback, the Mr. Iceman, whatever the hell you guys wanted to call him, that he tried to get trademarked for himself, and just a sensational Bears season that was last year. I've been on the record saying I feel regression is coming. And for Luther Burden, who was supposed to take a big step forward, and a lot of people think this guy is the number one receiver on this team, he's going to miss basically the rest of preseason, and they're hopeful that he's going to be ready for week 1, but I'd say that that's not 100%. This is kind of throwing some dark clouds over the Windy City here in terms of just how explosive this offense is going to be out of the gate. This is kind of a pretty decent-sized red flag for me. I don't know about you.
Well, it's not a harbinger of terrible things to come. At least I pray as a Chicago Bears fan. If it indeed is the case, go ahead and I better order like 5 or 6 different kegs of Goose Island to try to numb the pain this fall. But look, I will say this about Luther Burden. He's going to miss a little bit of time. It's preseason. He was humbled before that injury. He was ascending with a flaming arrow. Everybody in the fantasy football community especially was head over heels in love with him, especially me. I drafted him in a couple of experts leagues I've already committed to this season, and I'm not budging off my projection. I still feel he is going to be a top 20 fantasy wide receiver this year, which means even if he starts off this season rather gingerly, and week 1 as the Bears take on the Carolina Panthers on the road there in Charlotte, maybe he doesn't play in that game, or maybe he slowly ramps up, only plays like 40-50% of the snaps in that contest. It's not going to derail the rest of the season. He is still going to be the binky, the safety blanket underneath for Caleb Williams. He's expand the route tree, can run every route in the book. He was top 5 last season in yards per route run, and that is an excellent predictor. That stat alone of future wide receiver success, and he was catching everything in sight so far in Bears training camp. He was all the rage. He was earning all the headlines on a regular basis. Now, I've cooled in terms of my somewhat disdain for Odunze and that new normal that he said. I think that's a little bit overblown. I've seen some of the film that's come out of training camp. You see the explosivity. He's still got that step. He's been making some big plays as well. Honestly, the big winner in all of this is going to be Colson Loveland, who, like I said, could be the number 1 of tight end ones overall this season. He might be able to best Brock Bowers. He might be able to best Trey McBride across the board in his overall production. He is going to be indispensable, and a guy that's going to be leaned on early. Maybe you're going to see 7, 8, 9, 10 targets consistently for the first several weeks of the season as Burton gets back up to 100%, and with Odunze really the only reliable receiving weapon in this offense there. So, look, I understand the concerns that are out there. I know where you stand on my Bears, them regressing and taking a step back, but Odunze's going to be all good, my babies, my brothers and sisters that are out there. I think it's going to be virtually all systems go in week 1. So, again, if you got a fantasy draft coming up this weekend, like I do, go the extra mile, go the extra dollar, and if anything, embrace the discount, because he was a guy that was going steadily in round 4. Now you may be able to grab him round 6. Round 7 of some of those 12-team drafts. And that, my friend, will be a steal of a deal come January.
310-840-4910. And just in terms of that week 1 game against the Carolina Panthers, look, I know everybody, you, me, and our mothers, and everybody will be overreacting to whatever happens in week 1, but now, Bears field goal favorite against the Carolina Panthers, Brad. If that offense gets stuck in neutral because Luther Burden is not 100% up to speed, or God forbid doesn't even play because this groin injury doesn't progress as normally as they would hope for, or Rome Odunze doesn't look explosive, and all of a sudden now the Bears are having to rely on Colston Loveland to do everything in terms of the pass catching, or God forbid, Khalif Raymond, or the rookie Xavier Thomas, who I know has been a little bit banged up in training camp, but isn't expected to miss much time at all. The 3rd-round draft pick from LSU. Again, somebody that is doubting the Bears this year, like myself, they got a little bit more ammo if things don't get off to a good start right away against the reigning NFC South champions in the Carolina Panthers. Let's talk about another team here really quickly, because again, there have been plenty of wide receiver injuries, from things that, well, maybe the guy misses a day or two, to with Luther Burden, he's expected to miss close to a month. That puts him right up against the start of the regular season. There are certain teams where it doesn't necessarily affect them that great of a deal. For me, I think the Chicago Bears, they would be affected greatly if Luther Burden is not 100% or even has to miss some time in the regular season. Another team that really cannot afford any more bad news on the injury front, especially when it comes to their receivers, is the Indianapolis Colts. And Brad, we know that Alec Pierce has been coming back from the surgically repaired ankle, and he has reportedly been moving around gingerly and barely practicing so far in training camp. Remember, they gave him the big bucks this offseason. The Colts traded away Michael Pittman to the Steelers. And the guy that's supposed to be their number 2 receiver this year, Josh Downs, he's sidelined with a groin setback. He worked on the side at practice yesterday, but again, kind of that, he's going to miss a little time day to day. Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Colts, does not consider it serious. And also, let's not forget, Keenan Allen is still a free agent. The Colts could sign him. They could have signed Stephon Diggs. He's now with the Washington Commanders. The Colts, their top 2 receivers right now, neither of them are healthy. Let's not forget Daniel Jones is coming back from a torn Achilles. I'm not a big believer in your Bears. I am the opposite of a believer when it comes to the Colts this year. I think they could maybe win as few as 5 games and could be downright terrible. And the injury news from their wide receiver room is not doing anything to help their matter. This is not a good sign of things to come for the Colts.
Yeah, I don't have any faith in Ashton Doolin and Nick Westbrook-Akine. Those are the guys that are down on the depth chart at wide receiver for the My Little Ponies of Central Indiana. And I'm kind of with you, man. Look, do I have Daniel Jones in a fantasy keeper league this upcoming weekend? Yes, I do. It's a super flex. And in other words, you start 2 quarterbacks. I'm praying that he's able to stay upright. And I'm praying that I'm not wasting my $2 on him this season. But yeah, the concerns are warranted. Alec Pierce is not moving around very well. And this was always a concern of mine coming off that ankle repairment via surgery the offseason. And the road to recovery has had a lot of bumpy roads for him. And, they claim he's only a couple of weeks away, but we have heard that before from earlier this summer. And it's still like move the goalpost 2 weeks by 2 weeks by 2 weeks. What kind of strength, if he is active week 1 against the Baltimore Ravens at home in the Circle City, is Alec Pierce going to be? Is it going to be 50, 60, 70%? Is he going to be full go? Is he even going to be available? And that could be a bit far-fetched. We shall see. Could be a little bit rusty and dusty, to say the least, given a slow ramp-up. Josh Downs and the tender love muscle like Luther Burden. Hopefully it's going to be properly massaged and he can return to action in short order. A lot of people feeling he's going to soak up a ton of targets this year, but he's got to be on the field and upright. Similar to the Bears, I said Colson Loveland stands to benefit. How about Tyler Warren? It doesn't really seem like a lot of people are talking about Ty Warren enough. That guy balled out in his rookie campaign. He could be good for 1,000 receiving yards this season and could have a real breakthrough campaign because he can run every route in the tree. He can bust you up the seam, bust you down the sidelines. He's got the complete skill set to thrive, and he could be the money man early on in the season for Daniel Jones. But let's call a spade a spade. Honestly, dude, this team, who's going to benefit is Jonathan Taylor. Ball the belly, left, right, up the middle, 30, 35 times a game? If Pierce and Downs are out, that's the formula for Indianapolis. And as long as they're competitive and that defense can hold up, they may be a bottom 10 unit. So big question mark there. Taylor will be the main attraction offensively for this team this year.
Yeah, but is that sustainable though? Right? I mean, we're talking about it. You can't have an offense completely reliant upon 2 players. As good as Tyler Warren looks like he could be going into his second season, as great of a rookie season as he had, and Jonathan Taylor, you and I both agree, top 5 running back in the NFL, no question. Like, if you've got to split, the touches between those 2 guys, because Alec Pierce won't start the season healthy. He's still on the PUP list. Like you said, Chris Ballard said, he's about a week in a training camp. Well, we're more than that. We're a week and a half. He still hasn't resumed practicing. He's doing some light individual, like he's not practicing. They have a preseason opener on Thursday. We got preseason football on Thursday here, Brad. They got a joint practice with the Patriots tomorrow. So we're already we're 2-3 weeks into training camp nearly. And the Colts don't have their number one receiver who's even stepped foot on the practice field. The number two receiver's got a groin setback, and we'll see if he's going to practice tomorrow. Like, you got to get this offense rolling here. I know we make so much sometimes. Yeah. We make a big deal out of nothing with preseason, and sometimes these guys don't even play or they play limited reps, not nearly like how they used to. But still, again, I know there's 17 games, there's 18 weeks, and it feels like almost anybody can recover from an 0-2 start. I don't think the Colts can. I don't think the Colts have room to get off to a rocky start because their receivers were injured and their timetables were longer than they expected. And again, Chris Ballard, his job is on the line this year. He gave a combined, what was the total value of those contracts? Over $200 million to his quarterback coming off a torn Achilles and to his receiver who days after he signed his contract needed ankle surgery that he hasn't fully recovered yet from. So what are we doing? They better hope that Alec Pierce is ready to go in 30 days from now. Otherwise, man, a bad start for the Colts, it might doom their season, and it might doom the entire front office because I know Carly Ursay-Gordon, she ain't messing around. If this season is a failure, she'll clean freaking house.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. Look, I'm admittedly a gambling man, and I'm looking at the first 3 weeks of the regular season for the Indianapolis Colts. Here it is, folks. Again, at home, week 1 against the Baltimore Ravens, L. Week 2 on the road at the Kansas City Chiefs, L. Week 3 at home against the Houston Texans, arguably the most vaunted defense in the National Football League, L, and L again. They're going to be catching all kinds of L's because, again, with the offensive ills that we just described that are afflicting this team, I still feel as well defensively they're going to be a sieve with all the healthy bodies. And if any kind of injuries mount there, they're going to be even worse. I think they're going to be a bottom 10 unit. Mike Lady ESPN has them projected to win 8.5 games this year. Snowball's chance, they reach 9 games. I think at best you're looking at 7. I think you're right, man. You said 5 wins? That I think is spot on with the Indianapolis Colts, who are already snake bitten by the menacing, the daunting, just the irreplaceable injury amp who's just got a thirst for flesh at all times.
310-840-4910. So again, your thoughts on the mounting injuries for both the Chicago Bears and the Indianapolis Colts, especially as it pertains to their wide receiver room. Luther Burden, second-year receiver for the Bears, was going to challenge Rome Odunze to be the number one receiver on this team, out for a month. Josh Downs, groin setback. Alec Pierce hasn't even come off the PUP list yet, and the Colts still looking to rebound from that disastrous second half of the year a season ago. Your thoughts on those injuries and on those teams? Which team do you think is still a playoff team out of the Bears and the Colts? We'll take your phone calls and your texts on that, 310-840-4910. And Brad, we'll also take your tweets. You can tweet the show at BetMGM tonight. You can tweet Brad at Noisy Huevos, and you can tweet me at PatBoyle44. We've got a tweet coming through here from an account that is at 877 and then a bunch of H's and S's. But they responded to one of your tweets regarding Luther Burden, that Odunze is wide receiver 1 and always has been. Burden needs to drop 15 to 20 spots in terms of fantasy football drafts to get anywhere near value. Your thoughts on that? Because like you said, Luther Burden now, I can't imagine he's going to climb the list of people's fantasy football drafts after this injury.
Yeah, pre-injury, his ADP, average draft position, was right around pick number 45 overall. Where was Rome Odunze? A full round, speaking in 12-team language, around 57 overall. I think the script is going to flip on those guys. Would not be surprised at peak fantasy football draft season, which we're a couple of weeks away from, that it's going to be Odunze ahead of Burden. And I welcome the discount. I think when push comes to shove, as long as there's no setback and there's no flare-ups, and there is a risk of that happening with that, soft tissue issue in the tender groin that Burden has, he is going to outperform Roma Dunze because he is going to be an accumulator of targets and catches. So, I appreciate the tweet that came in from one of our listeners that's out there, but I will take Luther Burden all diggity day long. Yes, even with a tender going over Roma Dunze in terms of statistical output this season.
310-840-4910. Just some other receiver injury news and notes here over the weekend from training camp that you might have missed. Broncos' newest receiver, Jalen Waddle, working on the side due to muscle tightness. He's missed a couple of days of practice. Eagles' Devontae Smith, now the number one receiver there since A.J. Brown got traded. He's been out of practice a few days with a tender hamstring. Zay Flowers, fresh off of his gigantic contract. We could talk about that, whether it was deserved $140 million. He's going to miss a couple of days of quad tightness. And Mike Evans, the newest 49er, has missed 5 straight practices now with a quad injury. So receiver injuries in August. Some big names, some massive names, some up-and-coming names that we are keeping you posted on every day here as we've got preseason football 3 days away. Cannot freaking wait. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we'll take your calls and your texts on both the Bears and the Colts and their wide receiver injuries. But when we return, we're going to flip the script, talk a little baseball because, oh, baby, if you thought their head-to-head matchup last week was juicy between Pete Crow Armstrong and Shohei Ohtani, the NL MVP race continues to heat up by the day, and some big games going on tonight. Who is your pick to win the NL MVP? We'll debate when we return. This is BetMGM Tonight. Just getting rolling here on a Monday on Westwood One Sports.
An all-time great who had to wait too long to get into the Hall of Fame, despite Roger Craig being Thurman Thomas before Thurman Thomas, being Marshall Faulk before Marshall Faulk, LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson, the first ever player in the history of the league to go for 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving, who supercharged the Niners dynasty in the 80s. We have him revealing a dementia diagnosis, which is obviously no laughing matter, and send the best to Roger Craig and his family. And then we have Adam Vinatieri doing open mic night, pretending that he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's Jerry Seinfeld. Give me a break here. But whatever. You know what? Adam Vinatieri wants to do comedy. He's earned the right. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He can do that. And you know, like, you want to take shots at Peyton Manning about his forehead. It's not really a shot. It's more of like a tongue-in-cheek. They're friends. Make a comment about Pat McAfee. They're clearly friends. Like, fine. And yes, he did say Bill's the greatest coach ever. But you know, my problem is this. And this pisses me off because I feel like I'm in the minority of this. I feel like you, the person watching or listening right now, like you are going to be on the other side of this. And that most people, sports fans or not, and this is a function of kind of this story becoming a crossover story that everybody's got an opinion on, and most people know about it, I think most people will disagree with me on this. And I think that is a sports sin. Not a real life sin. This is not a life or death matter. But as far as sports goes, this is a sin. You want to make your jokes about Bill Belichick? I did last week. Remember, I talked about North Carolina football on the show last week. And what I said is, the saddest thing about all the sad things, the CVS receipt of things that have gone wrong with North Carolina since Bill Belichick took over, the number one thing, the most offensive thing that's happened, the worst thing that's happened is that they have become irrelevant. And that people don't care about North Carolina football with Bill Belichick as the coach. So I'm on record blasting Belichick for what's happened at North Carolina. And he wants to take the shot at North Carolina, great. And I also said last week, as the father of a girl, I'm a girl dad, I think he's a creep. I do think that. I think he's a creep. And if I found out, now my daughter's 2, but if I found out that my 20-plus-year-old daughter wanted to bring home a 70-year-old man, I would want to knock his teeth down his throat. That's me. You can disagree, but I guarantee you, any father listening to this or watching this right now to a girl will agree with me. Creep. But at some point, there needs to be a modicum of respect for this man and what he accomplished as a coach and as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Because it's like open season now to tee off on Bill Belichick, who somehow, inexplicably, and Mike Sando is going to join us to start next hour. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about this and more, including potential names on next year's ballot: Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, etc. Bill Belichick didn't make the Hall of Fame, which is ludicrous beyond words, right? You can hate him. You can think he's a creep. I do. You can think that he's sullied his reputation since leaving the New England Patriots. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But you have to acknowledge he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only is he the greatest coach in the history of the National Football League, he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the National Football League. And it's just become in vogue for everybody to bash this guy like he's some curtain-jerking jabroni slappy. And it's not right. You can think he's done a poor job at Carolina. You cannot like his choice in women and age. You cannot like that. But the fact that this guy, Bill Belichick, is such a punchline in Canton, Ohio, where if you took, let's say that there are more, but let's just say there were 100 head coaches in the history of the NFL. Obviously, there are more. Let's say there are 100, and Bill Belichick's one of the 100. Out of the 100, he is the one that almost certainly respects Canton, Ohio, and that building and that place and what it symbolizes more than the other 99. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's covered him. Someone who appreciates and knows and understands and respects the history of the game. Staked a claim to be the greatest ever. And everyone's going to make their jokes in that fabled place. Just run this guy through. Well, it's okay. He's the greatest coach ever, but I'm going to take my shots at him. Can there be some respect?
Red Zone Energy. Real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Feels great to be back. Brad and I both on vacation last week, and we're going to be with you, save, 2-3 days, maybe, for every day for the next 5+ months, baby. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports, and if your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. Alrighty, talking football and a lot of wide receiver injuries over the weekend in training camp in the first segment, but specifically two teams that I'm not sure can really afford it. The Chicago Bears with Luther Burden set to miss about a month with a groin injury, and then the Indianapolis Colts, Josh Downs suffering a setback with his groin injury. Day to day, we'll see if he practices tomorrow. We'll see if he even plays in the preseason opener against the Patriots on Thursday. But more importantly, Alec Pierce recovering from that offseason ankle surgery after they gave him a massive $115 million contract. Still on the PUP list. Still has not officially practiced since training camp began. I think this could be a disastrous year for the Colts, where they suffered just brutally devastating, unfortunate injuries at the end of last year. Daniel Jones, Sauce Gardner right after they made the trade for him, and now they're starting the year with more and more injury concerns. So we'll take your phone calls and your texts on that, 310-840-4910. But Brad, what a weekend in baseball. We've got a lot to get to, but I think the number one storyline in the final month and a half of the baseball season is who's going to win the National League MVP. Is it going to be your guy, Combs' guy, Monty's guy, the Windy City's guy, Pete Crow Armstrong, at 24 years old, in just his third full season in the big leagues, is he going to dethrone Shohei Ohtani? Well, with our friends at BetMGM, PCA is on his way to doing so, Brad. He is now minus 125 to win the MVP with our friends at BetMGM. That means you put down $125, you win $100 back, and Shohei Ohtani is plus money. A lot of this has been because Shohei Ohtani has not pitched. Has not pitched since July 3rd, dealing with the knee issue, the inflammation in his knee that has been plaguing him for the last several weeks, but he has continued to be in the lineup on an almost everyday basis. And Shohei he's still doing Shohei things at the plate. Just to compare the stats real quick, Shohei's hitting .292 on the season with a .937 OPS, 26 bombs, 71 ribbies. Pete Crow Armstrong is hitting .286, so just a couple of points lower, a .931 OPS, again a couple of points lower, but an identical 26 home runs and 71 RBIs. The big difference, PCA is a Gold Glove center fielder who also has 30 stolen bases on the season. And again, Ohtani hasn't pitched in over a month. It's not really a surprise that PCA, who, by the way, had that massive game when they played that series finale last week against the Dodgers, where he cranks 2 home runs, drives in 4 runs, and they beat the Dodgers for a sweep at Wrigley Field. But over the weekend, he put together another 2 hits in 3 games against the Royals, scored 4 runs, and drove in another 2. Can Pete Crow Armstrong hold on and dethrone Shohei Ohtani, Brad? The odds are now in his favor. Do you think PCA has what it takes? I know we still got a month and a half to go here, but we talked about this 2 weeks ago, and we were stunned that he was 6-1 after he was 30-1 a month and a half ago. He is now the favorite. My God, how the tables have turned here in the NL MVP race.
Oh, they've indeed turned, my friend, and understandably and deservedly so, because PCA should add some hardware to the trophy case. He should be the National League MVP. And you already brought up the key, aspect of this, the fact that Shohei Ohtani's not pitching. Is he going to even toe the rubber again at all in the regular season? That's not yet to really determined, and there's no foregone conclusion that is going to be the case at all. Maybe he's going to have a couple more starts to ramp up for the postseason with a couple of turns of rotation, and maybe in late September or something like that. I could see that happening, but is it going to make up for the time lost? You also mentioned the other key area where PCA has a distinct advantage, actually, 2, 1 in stolen bases. Shohei really not running as much vim and vigor. Maybe he was a 50-50 guy just recently. And he's, battling that knee soreness, so he's not running a whole lot there on the base pass on a game-in, game-out basis. But, again, the defensive chops of Pete Crow Armstrong. He is the best defender, bar none, regardless of position, in my opinion, in Major League Baseball. So that could best anything that Shohei ultimately does or has already accomplished on the mound. And the fact that you add in the distinct advantage he has in stolen bases, I think PCA is, going to finish with a 35-35 season. In fact, it could be more like 35-42. And that 42, coming in stolen bases when it's all said and done. But similar in terms of OBP, similar in terms of OPS. Again, defense, base stealing, those are the key distinct advantages that PCA has. And honestly, he should be more like minus 250 than minus 125 at our friends at BetMGM.
Wow. Yeah, look, I think it's I think Ohtani can win the MVP, even if he doesn't pitch again the rest of the season. And that's not to take anything away from Pete Crow Armstrong. He's been phenomenal. If PCA continues to do what he's done, and Ohtani, like if they basically, their offensive stats are essentially identical outside of the stolen bases. If they continue to put up the same exact numbers in the average OPS, home run, RBI, run department, PCA is going to win the MVP. He's going to. But I'm not going to count out Shohei because of what he can put together in a 3-week sample size at the dish. He is capable of, he's only got 26 home runs on the season. He's capable of finishing the year, in my opinion, with 38 to 40 home runs. He's capable of finishing the year with over 100 RBIs. He's capable of finishing with an average over 300 and OPS over 1,000. I think he's got that tear, that offensive tear in a 2-3 week span where it's just like everything he touches turns to gold and goes over the fence. He's capable of that. And I think Ohtani can win the MVP even if he doesn't step on the mound. If he does, and he makes, I don't know, like you said, is he going to ramp up and make just a couple of starts? Who knows? I mean, he played a game of catch. I put in air quotes. I mean, that's not air quotes. Like Dave Roberts said, he played catch on the field on Saturday, and that he's going to play catch again today. You know, he's beginning a throwing progression, so they're trying to ramp him back up. He skipped a bullpen session on July 25th, and we haven't really had any kind of news on him returning to the mound since then. So it's tough because, again, he's the DH every day. It's not like, Ohtani's going to go on a rehab assignment to make a couple of starts. No, he's in the lineup every day. So anything he does throwing, it's got to be before the game in the sense of either live batting practice or a simulated game or a bullpen, and then he's going to just kind of have to go out there. How much do they really care that much about Ohtani winning the MVP? Because if they do, they'll race him back on the mound. They'll make sure that he makes every start in September. And if that gives him 5 starts and he's dominant in 2 of them, Brad, I think that puts him over the top. I think if Ohtani makes every start in September and he's as good on the mound as he was before the injury, then he's going to win the MVP. And you might as well, if you didn't, you might as well put a couple of bucks on him now at plus money, because who knows how much longer he'll be there. I don't think those odds will widen. But there's also circumstances. Does he come back as a reliever? Do they literally do the same exact thing with Ohtani as they did with Roki Sasaki last year in the postseason? They could, but remember, in the regular season, Ohtani has to start the game on the mound so that he could still be the DH when he leaves. That's the Shohei Ohtani rule. If Ohtani's the DH and then he comes in to pitch for a couple of innings or to close the game, well, then he exits, or if he doesn't close the game and he exits, you lose the DH. So again, I know for the Dodgers, they've been struggling big time lately as well, and the Cubbies continue to win, trying to stay on the heels of the Brewers. That's another big reason why PCA has become the favorite in the MVP race. But I think this is all dependent on whether or not Ohtani pitches and when he returns to the mound. Because I think if he does that, I'm sorry, it might, I don't want to sound like a Cubs hater here, Brad, but I feel like if Ohtani steps on the mound, makes a couple of starts, and he's really damn good, he's going to win the MVP.
And that's fair. And I kind of agree with you that if he can go out there and be dominant in those pair of starts, that will kind of reset people's viewpoints on everything. And then maybe like, oh, yeah, the Shohei of earlier this season, he's back. He is the MVP. It is indisputable. I could buy that narrative under the circumstances you just laid out. But I got 2 things I'm going to throw out at you. Number 1, the addition of, you better call, Tyrone Taylor, coming over from the Mets. He's actually started the last couple of games in center field for PCA. So PCA in KC and the scorching hot conditions there, he was DHing in those pair of games. So there's been a little bit of load management by Craig Counsell. I think this is a good thing for PCA. Does it really help the MVP cause? It does with the dish. He's been, as efficient, if not more so, since the addition of Tyrone Taylor at the trade deadline. And you're going to see, insertions of Taylor over PCA at times in center field. So that could ultimately boost the bat of PCA. And of course, he's not going to lose anything defensively when he is out there, and he's going to be out there still the majority of the time. And the other thing, too, is this. What happens if the Cubs catch the Dodgers in terms of overall wins? Right now, the Cubs are 69-50. On the season. LA is at 70-48. So the Cubs only trailing them by a full game in the win column. But they have a better record than the Dodgers. Will that matter in the voting process? I think it will, with some of the old school minds that are out there. So those are other things that people are going to have to track, and what is going to likely be a neck and neck race to the finish line. Going to be ultra excited, to say the least. And I'm giddy. I know it's hot outside, but I would not be wearing pants. It was like 5 degrees below zero, because PCA is that scorching hot at the dish and that much of a joy to watch trot out whether into the batter's box or into center field on a daily basis.
Yeah, I agree with you. And look, I know at the beginning of the season, you obviously were very high on PCA. Our producer Brandon Combs. I mean, but you couldn't have your lips closer to his cheeks if you were Combs. But he's been proven right because PCA is the favorite to win the MVP. I know Brandon Combs has got to be feeling phenomenal about where his guy sits right now in terms of taking home the silverware as the most valuable player in the National League and dethroning Shohei Ohtani. But Brad, do you think it's fair that maybe that's, some voters have said, there's reports, on social media and from some baseball insiders that some voters have said that unless PCA takes the mound and pitches 60 innings with an ERA under 2, then Shohei is going to get their vote regardless, just because he is the unicorn that is Shohei Ohtani, because he pitches, even though it's only 5 days. What do you say to that? Do you think it's unfair?
Yeah, it is unfair. And here's the other thing I want to throw back at you as well, because I want to get your honest opinion on this. And we didn't pre-plan this at all. This is me riffing off the top of my head. WAR, okay? Wins above replacement. We talk about advanced analytics all the time. At baseball, a lot of broadcasts do constantly. So people have fallen, head over heels in love with some of the advanced analytics. Well, the current WAR difference between PCA and Shohei Ohtani is this. PCA is number 1 in baseball, 6.1 overall WAR. Where's Shohei? Including pitching, mind you, 3.4. I think how people decipher this stat is going to be pivotal on who is ultimately going to win the MVP. Is it really going to influence the voter decisions when push comes to shove? They got the pen in their hand. They got to check a box. PCA or Shohei? It certainly might. But for maybe some of those real old school baseball analysts, they're like, yeah, I don't pay attention to some of the advanced numbers and stats that are out there. I'm still going to go with Shohei because of the mound accomplishments we had earlier in the season, possibly at the end of the year. But WAR, good God, y'all, really could play a major difference in who is going to be National League MVP. And again, PCA 6.1, Shohei 3.4. Folks, it really ain't that close.
310-840-4910. Who's your pick right now if the season ended today? Who's your pick to win the NL MVP? And if Ohtani steps back on the mound, does that almost ensure that he will win it, assuming he and PCA continue to put up similar, if not identical, offensive numbers? 310-840-4910. We're going to go streaking when we come back. The whole crew is back together. We'll see if we can rip a 4-for-4 when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I do still believe Kyler starting in week 1. And I canvassed this morning. I texted a bunch of people in the NFL, media members, and otherwise, people that I'm close with. Who do you think's going to start for Minnesota in week 1? Everyone said Kyler. So I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here. Sky's falling. J.J. McCarthy starting week 1 against the Packers. I still think it's going to be Kyler Murray. And I'll still have some excitement going into the year. And we got preseason games coming up this week. So we're going to learn a lot over the next couple weeks. I do think it'll be Kyler. But again, the fact that we are here and Kyler has not already been named the starting quarterback, or at least even if Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep the facade of a competition up, the fact that we don't have local and national reporters all saying, yeah, done deal, Kyler's going to be the quarterback. Like, think about what's going on in Cleveland. We'll get to the Browns coming up in a little bit with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Like, you have reporters right now, locally and nationally, saying that Deshaun Watson is the front runner to start in week 1. You have local and national reporters about the Vikings saying J.J. McCarthy outplayed Kyler Murray in this big practice. This is not what you want. If you're a Vikings fan, someone that wants to bet the Vikings, if you're a fantasy football player, you don't want this. You know what you want? You want Kyler to be awesome. That's what gets you to the true potential of this team. If Kyler Murray is awesome. Now, I don't talk to Justin Jefferson. Him and I are not friends. I would imagine that he's not necessarily pleased with this development. The fact that neither of these guys is playing, and again, consider the quote from Judd Zolgad, neither has shown any consistency or lived up to what you want to see from an NFL quarterback. So this isn't J.J. McCarthy's dusting Kyler Murray and J.J.'s awesome. This is they're both not good, and J.J. at times has been like less bad than Kyler has been. That's what it is. It's brutal. And if Kyler can't get it together, and I would still bet on it happening because I'm a Kyler Murray fan, and I'm a little biased, and I'm honest about that. If Kyler Murray can't get it together, we can be really honest about this. I'm still going to pick the Vikings to the playoffs, assuming Kyler starts week 1. But I have to acknowledge the downside scenario here, right? If Kyler's not good this year, the Vikings are coming in last in this division. Who was better at his height? Again, acknowledging they play different positions. Antonio Brown or Ben Roethlisberger? I'll take Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown
was absolutely a dominant wide receiver whose credentials on the field, as far as his production, to me, he's an easy one. Now,
but he's crazy, obviously. So, what happens with Antonio Brown?
Look, when I was on the committee when Terrell Owens didn't get in right away. And I was like, what are we doing? Now with Terrell Owens, there was some debate. See, the Hall of Fame's very adamant about hey, you do not take into account the off-field stuff, which we know does come into account. Jim Tyrer was on the committee. He murdered his wife and committed suicide. And so I think that's a factor why he didn't get in my opinion. So I do think those things are in the back of people's mind, but they're not supposed to be. With Terrell Owens, there was some question about whether the off-field stuff actually affected on-field, the way he disrupted Donovan McNabb and all of that. Agree or disagree? That kind of came in. To me, Antonio Brown was just a super dominant player who's easy Hall of Fame credentials, and I'm going to try to explain to the committee that. And I have no idea what the other people are going to think. But to me, the Hall may not like him standing up there, or whoever may not like him standing up there, depending on what he might say. I don't know. What do you think about somebody and how they represent the game? Is that an important thing to you? Or are we just going by the dominance they showed? I don't know how it's going to shake out.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up in just a little bit on the NL MVP race. But first, crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game with our friends at BetMGM. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. You know what that means. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All righty. First time with the full crew being back together in nearly a month. And so let's get after it, baby. Everybody's going to pick a batter they think will correctly get a hit. I'll start us off here. And I got a fresh streak to try to start because the last time that I participated, I took Jose Ramirez and he went over. So I'm going to Minnesota. Give me Josh Bell against the Baltimore Orioles. Trevor Rogers on the mound, the lefty. He's given up a hit per inning this season. Josh Bell just so happens to mash against lefties, and he is a 6 for 15 lifetime against Trevor Rogers. So that is a career batting average of 400. Josh Bell always hits well at home, always hits well against lefties. Let's ring the bell with Josh Bell to get me a knock and get me a fresh streak. All right, Brad, you've got a streak of 3. That is the longest active streak out of any of us, and it's the only active streak out of any of us. Who are you rocking with tonight to try to get you to 4?
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to be a popular theme. We're all going to the sack, and a guy that's going to slap in the sack is the member of the visiting team, and that being Junior Caminero of the Tampa Bay Rays, taking on Jacob Lopez, who's downright lousy. Lopez with a 5.64 ERA on the season, 6.61 at home there. And that itsy-bitsy ballpark in West Sacramento also giving up a 50.6% hard hit rate. Caminero's got a hit in 4 of his last 7 games, but he's batting .301 with a .963 OPS against southpaw pitchers, which Lopez is. In lifetime, he's only 1 for 5, but at least he's got the 5 at-bats and 1 hit against Lopez. So give me vroom, vroom, Junior Caminero to peel out and at least score a hit. And I'm going streaking to numero 4, amigo.
All right, bang. I like it. Yeah, like it is. Like you said, I think it is going to be a popular theme here, that game in Sacramento. So let's go to producer Brandon Combs, who's looking to start a fresh streak. Combs, who you going with tonight to get a hit?
I'm going to go with Mr. Chandler Simpson. Not a whole lot of numbers for Chandler against the A's in his career, but I will take Chandler Simpson tonight. .304 batting on the season. He's been hot as of late as well. So I would like Chandler Simpson in that hitter's ballpark in Vegas.
There it goes. There he goes. There goes Combs. All right, and finally our VP, Michael Montgomery. Monty, a.k.a. the owner and operator of batters-box.com. The best record out of any of us, but that record is slipping a little bit. And he already had his longest active streak to beat get broken by Brad. Monty, you're looking for a fresh streak tonight. Who are you going with?
Yes, sir. I'll stick in that same game. Give me Tyler Soderstrom on the other side against Freddie Peralta. Bit down the board tonight with a strong rating in Tier 2, but Peralta struggled against lefties all season. WOBA over 360, ISO over 200, hard contact rate near 40% to left-handed hitters. Soderstrom's been on fire, 8-game hit streak, so if he goes streaking, I do as well. 70 games with a strong rating for Soderstrom, getting a hit 67% of the time. And 4-star pitch mix rating for Soderstrom, hitting well against 84% of his pitches. And most of all, he's throwing his four-seam fastball 52% of the time to lefties this year. Soderstrom is hitting .286 with an OPS over 1,000 against four-seam fastball. So if he gets 1 out of every 2, like the stats say he will, I think he's going to get a hit.
Beautiful. And I'm mistaken, actually. Brad's actually got the better overall record, 77% correct picks. Monty, you're at 76%.
Oh, that's right, fool.
Oh, baby.
Terrible.
All right,
Yeah,
and if we
that's
can
right,
nail a
Ivan,
4
where
for,
you at?
yeah, if we can nail a 4 for 4 tonight, Josh Bell, Junior Caminero, Chandler Simpson, and Tyler Soderstrom, if they all get hits, Brad, what is that payout with our friends at BetMGM? What are the odds on that?
You're looking at a cool plus 251. As always, fair to follow. That is up to you.
Mike Dussault joins us next to talk Patriots on BetMGM tonight.
This is where.
I can't put the Commanders over the Eagles in good conscience. There's no way. And you know I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce back year with Sean Mannion now calling the plays and A.J. Brown in Foxborough with the Patriots. I'm definitely picking the Cowboys to be better than the Commanders. You know I've been on Dallas all offseason. And as it stands right now, and this is where we can tie in all the positivity with the Giants, I have never been in my life the most optimistic Giants fan. And you guys know this if you watch or listen to the show. Just listen to the way I talked about the Knicks for the majority of the season. My Knicks. And they went on to win the NBA championship. I was nervous before Game 7 of the Western Conference Final that the Thunder were going to beat the Spurs and then railroad my Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm never going to be a homer on this show. I tell you like it is with the Yankees. I tell you like it is with the Giants. I tell you like it is with the Knicks. I tell you like it is with the New York Rangers. With all that being said, if you made me pick right now, better record this year, Giants or Commanders, I'm going to take the Giants. I'm going to take the Giants. Even if I would admit, if the which they wouldn't do, but if the Commanders called the Giants and offered Jaden Daniels straight up for Jackson Dart, which they wouldn't do, obviously you make that trade in a New York minute, in an absolute heartbeat. So the Commanders have the better quarterback. But I think the rest of what's going on these teams, I think favors the Giants. Significant wrist injury for Cade Mays is expected to miss a, quote, significant portion of the season. Very, 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 very bad news. Mays, an excellent center, and they really need him or a steady hands in the interior when you consider the two guards in Detroit are high upside players, but also potentially low downside players as well, in Christian Mahogany and in Tate Ratledge. Now, we think Penei Sewell, who was obviously a top 10 pick, but the first pick of the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell regime, Penei Sewell, who goes to left tackle now with Taylor Decker no longer on the Lions, the guess is that Penei Sewell is going to be good enough to just go and be awesome at left tackle. That you don't have a lot of concerns about that. You know, the Lions are going to be starting a rookie, Blake Miller, at right tackle. Maybe he's awesome, maybe he's not. And if the interior of the line is going to be shaky, consider how this team is built, the Lions. I think their defense is going to be terrible this year. The secondary is hot garbage, and I like Jack Campbell's a good linebacker. Aiden Hutchinson's a stud, right? Pass rusher. Brian Branch will be back at some point, but he obviously got hurt late last season. How are the Lions rushing the passer this year? But the Detroit Tigers, you know, the team that sold at the deadline in incredible fashion, that traded Tarek Skubal, the reigning two-time defending Cy Young Award winner, to the Los Angeles Dodgers, traded Casey Mize to the San Diego Padres. Those Detroit Tigers, who look like they were waving the white flag, acknowledging we don't have it this year, even in a bad American league, selling at the deadline. Those Detroit Tigers currently one game out of a playoff spot in the American League. One game out of the third wild card spot behind the Texas Rangers. Incredible.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night program kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun first hour of the show, but we kick off hour number 2 by going to our guest line here, and let's talk New England Patriots. Let's head to Foxborough and bring in Mike Dussault, who is the content senior manager for Patriots.com. He's also the host of Patriots Unfiltered and the Patriots pre- and post-game. You can find him on Twitter at Mike Dussault19. Mike, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
Oh, yeah, doing great, guys. In the thick of training camp, so it's a great time of year.
Yeah, a lot of really good news and storylines to get into with the Patriots here in the first 2 weeks of training camp. But I want to start with the news of the day. Tight end Hunter Henry signs an extension for 2 years worth up to $20 million. The 31-year-old is one of the closest friends, I'm sure you could probably speak to that, of quarterback Drake May, and now continues to be a security blanket for him for arguably another 2 seasons. Career high 768 receiving yards last season. He's third on the franchise's all-time list for catches by a tight end. But something that kind of raised my eyebrows, I saw Ian Rappaport tweet that it is likely now that Henry finishes his career with the Pats. Based on your coverage of the team, I mean, was he considering retiring at the end of the season or something? Or is it maybe at the end of these next 2 years he's going to retire? I know shelf life in the NFL is shorter now than maybe it's ever been, but I mean, it still feels like Hunter Henry still has got a couple of seasons, if not more than that, left. So I don't know. Was this something that was like maybe a make or break of whether how much longer he was going to be with the team, let alone the NFL?
Yeah, a little bit surprising how they said that for sure. But I think that's, at the end of the deal, this will probably be where he wraps things up. And, he's meant the world to Drake May, safety blanket, all that. I mean, the real focus for me is they really need Hunter Henry to stay healthy this year. I mean, they don't really have a lot of, depth behind him. They drafted Eli Raridan out of Notre Dame, but it's really been piecemeal behind him. So such a critical part for this offense. I think you're not going to see him in any preseason games or anything like that. But Hunter Henry, since he arrived here in 2021, he's been the consummate pro and, went through some down times and now they're back on the upswing. So huge for him. And I mean, captain, leader of this team. He's been a great Patriot.
A lot of folks are expecting regression this season for the Patriots, Mike. A historically easy schedule last year. They went all the way to the Super Bowl, and Drake May had a fantastic year, nearly won the MVP. So in terms of maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much they listen to the noise, but I know that a lot of folks are saying that, all right, well, the Patriots going to take a step back this year. Is that something that Mike Vrabel has talked about with the team? Is that something that they've kind of used as a rallying cry, or is it just blocking all that outside noise out?
Well, I think they know it's going to be harder. And I mean, they can, acknowledge, look, everybody knows what the path of the Super Bowl was like when, Bo Nix goes out and they have a little bit easier time there with Jarrett Stidham. So you mentioned it. They also stayed really healthy last year. So I just think as an organization, you're thinking it's going to be tougher. And I think the thing that is the biggest key to me is Drake May, year 2 with Josh McDaniels, and really becoming a full master of this system that puts so much on the quarterback. And if he can continue to take that next step, they've been challenging him through the spring into the summer. I think that can really help offset some of the jumping competition this year. They're not going to sneak up on anybody this year, but they've also surrounded Drake May with protection. And, of course, A.J. Brown headlines the weapons that they've added around him. So I think they've done a good job supporting him. And if they are able to avoid falling off this year, it's going to be in large part because of Drake May making that year 2 leap with the weapons around him.
Mike, let's talk about that atomic bomb and that weapon you're just mentioning. And A.J. Brown, it may finally turn that frown upside down now that he is out of the city of brotherly shove and going to Fox. How was the club's new one look so far in camp? Has he meshed well so far with Drake May? How will Brown be utilized and Josh McDaniels all this season? And last and certainly not least, or under 1,124.5 yards this year for A.J. Brown. What do you say?
Let's go with the over because they've looked great together. I mean, really, the matchup of all the camp has been Christian Gonzalez going against AJ Brown, and I'd say really Christian Gonzalez has done a great job keeping AJ Brown contained. But you can see whenever Drake May wants to go to AJ Brown on a little slant and let AJ Brown run through a defense, it's been there throughout camp. So very active day today for AJ Brown. They got him away from Christian Gonzalez a little bit. I think that connection is really starting to grow. Maybe a little slow in the early days of camp. Probably they're focused a little more on the run game, but as you've seen, we got into the red zone, 2-minute drill, those kind of things. You can see what kind of player A.J. Brown is. But everybody at camp has just been in awe watching A.J. Brown go against Christian Gonzalez. There's never been a matchup here where you've had an elite wide receiver and elite cornerback going one-on-one every day, and that's what we've been treated to here. So it's a pretty cool, unique storyline here in New England where there aren't a lot of unique storylines about talented players here.
No doubt, and it's only going to maybe unlock the full and dangerous beast that A.J. Brown is. So excellent viewpoint there. Mike, let's talk running backs. There's a sect of the fan who used to be bullish on sophomore RB Travion. Are you expecting more of the same in terms of a split with Ramondre Stevenson? Last year, the 55-45 Stevenson to Henderson timeshare. Should Henderson backs maybe pump the brakes on a backfield takeover this season? So give us a minute, Ramondre Stevenson, Travion Henderson, how they're going to be.
Yeah, I would pump the brakes on seeing Travion have a bigger role like that. I think in a perfect world, they're going to balance those two guys. But because there's really not a third back. So maybe that's the most interesting part of it. Who's going to get hurt? Maybe at that point, that's when Travion Henderson really, has to shoulder a sizable load of it. But he's looked great. I mean, he continues to be fast. They got to get it to him in space. I mean, it's just hard to get away from Ramondre Stevenson early downs. He can catch. He's excellent at pass protection, so he can play third downs, no problem. That's what we'll be watching on Travion Henderson. What can get him on the field more this year. Thought as the season went on, got a little tougher with the pass protection stuff. So if he's able to protect the quarterback, I think they'll be able to play Travion a little bit more. But I would still expect a similar kind of split between those two guys with a slight edge going to Ramondre Stevenson just because of how balanced he is overall. He's big. He can handle a little bit more of those extra carries.
Talking to Mike Dussault here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and Mike is the content senior manager for the New England Patriots at Patriots.com, and he's also the host of Patriots Unfiltered and the Patriots pre- and post-game. You can find him on Twitter at Mike Dussault19. We're talking all things New England Patriots here. Mike, I guess maybe a little bit unrelated, but former New England Patriots and now Hall of Fame kicker, and also talking about one of the greatest, if not the greatest, head coaches of all time, former Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. Your thoughts on Adam Vinatieri's Hall of Fame speech? Because I feel like it kind of stole the weekend, especially his jab at Bill Belichick, talking about, well, I thought it was because it was for training camp, but I guess it's because he's judging his girlfriend's cheerleading competition. What did you think of Vinatieri's Hall of Fame speech over the weekend?
Yeah, he couldn't help himself, and it's great to see him finally get in. After I guess it's only been a year that he had to wait, but deservedly so. I started working for the team more recently, but there are plenty of guys that I work with that were here for that kick that he made in the AFC divisional round there against the Raiders in the snow. That's just, everybody who was there said it was the greatest kick they've ever seen. Guys I've talked to were in one end of the stadium. You couldn't even see the ball at the other end go through the uprights. You just heard the roar of the crowd. That's how much visibility Adam Vinatieri was kicking through. So really cool to see him get to go in. And, you mentioned Bill Belichick and Vinatieri's shot. I mean, they love now to make the jokes to Bill, but back then everyone was terrified of him. So we'll see maybe next year Bill will have some jokes of his own when he gets into Canton, hopefully.
Let's talk about that could be ascending, maybe not to a Hall of Fame status, but Casey has really a large, so far for the New England Patriots. He is slapped by all accounts so far for the. Is he the most underestimated offense on this roster, depending? Do you feel that he's going to be the second most productive receiver on this roster behind A.J. Brown? His emergence this summer and his potential usage this year.
Yeah, I would still be. I wouldn't be bullish on his usage. I think that he's come in through some key spots and he's made some catches down the field. But the number 2 guy that I would keep an eye on, and we've said it before, so maybe don't jump a little as quite that quick again. But Demario Douglas has been really active behind AJ Brown, and when you're talking about a guy who might benefit from some pulled coverage. He's never turned into that volume slot receiver in the Josh McDaniels offense, but he's more of a downfield guy, and I think that's what they're figuring out with him. It's a little bit of a feeling out process. So you got to love Kayshon Boutte's hands and his ability to get downfield. He's been a little bit quiet early days at camp. Before the pads came on, he was making catches left and right. Now as things have picked up, we just haven't seen quite as much of him. I don't know if those two things are related, but he just continues to go about his business in an offseason when a lot of people have kind of written him off. So, I don't know if he sticks in New England and maybe he ends up somewhere else if they find a buyer for him. He's had a good camp, but I have a lot of respect for just how he's gone about it, and I think he'll help the Patriots this year, or he might help somebody else. But he's that kind of player.
Talking to Mike Dussault for another couple of minutes here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports, talking all things New England Patriots. Joint practices with the Colts starts tomorrow ahead of their preseason opener on Thursday. Mike, what are a few things people should be looking out for the next few days in Patriots practice that we haven't hit on yet, whether it's positional battles or young players that have continued to stand out?
Yeah, I'd look at the edges both on the offense and the defense. I'd look at the tackle spots with Will Campbell in his second year, Caleb Lomu, first round pick. I'm sure those guys are going to get plenty of reps. Latu in the mix is an exciting matchup to maybe watch in some of the drills. I think the offensive line has been really solid in camp. I'd include Jared Wilson there moving over to center, and Elijah Vera Tucker, who is healthy. That's the biggest thing for him. So as long as he's out there, he's a really good player. So the Patriots offensive line has looked solid. I'm less bullish right now on their defensive side of the ball, at least in the edges. I mean, Milt Williams, Christian Barmore has been hurt the last couple of days, but inside they got guys that can get after it. On the edges, we've just seen Gabe Akers starting to come. He's the rookie second-round pick. A lot of hope on him. Draymond Jones, a veteran they signed, he's been fine, but just doesn't have that juice off the edge position right now. Really want to see what these young guys can bring. Elijah Ponder's a second-year guy, maybe to keep an eye on. I think the coaches are really high on him. And until Harold Landry comes back, I think Elijah Ponder's going to play a lot.
Good stuff. Mike, do we know what the plan for quarterback is on Thursday? Has Mike Vrabel announced what the rotation will be against the Colts between Drake May and Tommy DeVito? And how much of Baron Morton, the rookie from Texas Tech, will we see?
Yeah, no, we were trying to figure that out in the media tent. Back in the day of four preseason games, it felt like you knew what the rhythm was, who was going to kind of play when. They like to play it close to the vest. Drake said he'd be ready to go, so I think maybe you might see a little bit of him. But, really what's going to make it interesting to me, though, you mentioned the two backups, and I think both DeVito and Morton have been excellent in this camp. I mean, I've seen Patriots training camps where you don't even get to see the third quarterback. They've been giving him ample opportunity, right at the end opportunity, but still – it's something that I haven't seen in the past, and both those guys in their periods have really taken advantage of it. Really impressed with DeVito. They re-signed him, made him the backup this offseason to a 2-year deal. He's been really good in this camp. So, nobody wants to see them have to play once we get to the regular season with Drake May. But I think the preseason is going to make it interesting. And there's people looking at quarterbacks who've been, backups that you might not have heard a lot about. Both those guys have looked really good in Patriots camp, and the ball isn't hitting the ground a lot when they're out there.
That's great stuff, Mike. We appreciate the insight, the coverage, and all of your thoughts. And we are just around the corner. Preseason game on Thursday against the Colts, and the real thing begins in just under a month. Cannot wait. Thanks so much for joining us. Looking forward to catching up with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
There you go, Mike Dussault. Covers the New England Patriots for Patriots.com. He's their content senior manager, and he's also the host of Patriots Unfiltered and the Patriots pre- and post-game. So not too many more people, if at all, more locked in than Mike is. And if you want to give him a follow on Twitter, it's at Mike Dussault 19. So we appreciate his stuff there. We will take a short break. And as we've been doing all offseason, Brad and I will do our deep dive on the New England Patriots. Our 3-point stance, best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, and over or under 10.5 wins this year for the reigning AFC champions. We'll debate what kind of season you can expect in Foxborough in 2026 when we return. And we'll get your phone calls and texts as well at 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
An all-time great who had to wait too long to get into the Hall of Fame, despite Roger Craig being Thurman Thomas before Thurman Thomas, being Marshall Faulk before Marshall Faulk, LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson, the first ever player in the history of the league to go for 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving, who supercharged the Niners dynasty in the 80s. We have him revealing a dementia diagnosis, which is obviously no laughing matter, and send the best to Roger Craig and his family. And then we have Adam Vinatieri doing open mic night, pretending that he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's Jerry Seinfeld. Give me a break here. But whatever. You know what? Adam Vinatieri wants to do comedy. He's earned the right. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He can do that. And you know, like, you want to take shots at Peyton Manning, about his forehead. It's not really a shot. It's more of like a tongue-in-cheek. They're friends. Make a comment about Pat McAfee. They're clearly friends. Like, fine. And yes, he did say Bill's the greatest coach ever. But you know, my problem is this. And this pisses me off because I feel like I'm in the minority of this. I feel like you, the person watching or listening right now, like you are going to be on the other side of this. And that most people, sports fans or not, and this is a function of kind of this story becoming a crossover story that everybody's got an opinion on, and most people know about it. I think most people will disagree with me on this. And I think that is a sports sin. Not a real life sin. This is not a life or death matter. But as far as sports goes, this is a sin. You want to make your jokes about Bill Belichick? I did last week. Remember, I talked about North Carolina football on the show last week. And what I said is, the saddest thing about all the sad things, the CVS receipt of things that have gone wrong with North Carolina since Bill Belichick took over, the number one thing, the most offensive thing that's happened, the worst thing that's happened is that they have become irrelevant. And that people don't care about North Carolina football with Bill Belichick as the coach. So I'm on record blasting Belichick for what's happened at North Carolina. And he wants to take the shot at North Carolina, great. And I also said last week, as the father of a girl, I'm a girl dad, I think he's a creep. I do think that. I think he's a creep. And if I found out, now my daughter's 2, but if I found out that my 20-plus-year-old daughter wanted to bring home a 70-year-old man, I would want to knock his teeth down his throat. That's me. You can disagree, but I guarantee you, any father listening to this or watching this right now to a girl will agree with me. Creep. But at some point, there needs to be a modicum of respect for this man and what he accomplished as a coach and as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Because it's like open season now to tee off on Bill Belichick, who somehow, inexplicably, and Mike Sando is going to join us to start next hour. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about this and more, including potential names on next year's ballot: Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, etc. Bill Belichick didn't make the Hall of Fame, which is ludicrous beyond words, right? You can hate him. You can think he's a creep. I do. You can think that he's sullied his reputation since leaving the New England Patriots. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But you have to acknowledge he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only is he the greatest coach in the history of the National Football League, he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the National Football League. And it's just become in vogue for everybody to bash this guy like he's some curtain-jerking jabroni slappy. And it's not right. You can think he's done a poor job at Carolina. You cannot like his choice in women and age. You cannot like that. But the fact that this guy, Bill Belichick, is such a punchline in Canton, Ohio, where if you took, let's say that there are more, but let's just say there were 100 head coaches in the history of the NFL. Obviously, there are more. Let's say there are 100, and Bill Belichick's one of the 100. Out of the 100, he is the one that almost certainly respects Canton, Ohio, and that building and that place and what it symbolizes more than the other 99. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's covered him. Someone who appreciates and knows and understands and respects the history of the game. Staked a claim to be the greatest ever. And everyone's going to make their jokes in that fabled place. Just run this guy through. Well, it's okay. He's the greatest coach ever, but I'm going to take my shots at him. Can there be some respect?
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Hey, Pat McAfee's here in the crowd today. Great to see you, brother. The only person who enjoyed holding my balls more than my wife.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
All-timer.
And
All-timer.
And at times the jokes weren't that great and they were actually comically bad, but that was the best of the bunch there from Adam Vinatieri, his Hall of Fame speech over the weekend. We'll get into that a little bit later. Great weekend, and that it was in Canton. We welcome you back here to BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Mike Dussault joining us last segment. Content Senior Manager for the Patriots at Patriots.com. We talked all things New England. They've got joint practices starting tomorrow with the Colts. We got preseason football games for you. Numerous of them. I think 5 altogether on Thursday night. So cannot wait for that. That'll give you a little bit of a taste of what our shows are going to sound like during the football season when we are on the air doing our show on Monday night and Thursday night during primetime NFL games. Brad, before we dive deeper on the New England Patriots and the three-point stance, I believe we still have our guy Michael in Iowa on hold who wants to weigh in on the phones, 310-840-4910. Because last hour, we were debating who is going to be the NL MVP. And Michael in Iowa wants to weigh in between Ohtani and PCA. So, Michael, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, hi, guys. I'm glad you're back. I'm a longtime Dodger fan, but I've listened to both Chicago and LA broadcasts using Sirius XM since I'm blind. And I have to admit, I think PCA is ahead. Ohtani's not batting very well at this point, and he's obviously not pitching. So I've got to give the nod to PCA.
My guy.
Okay. Hey, Michael, we appreciate you calling, and way to not let life hold you back, man. That's awesome stuff. Appreciate you still listening to the show and keeping up as much as you obviously humanly possibly can with the sporting world. So, Brad, Michael and I was going PCA. You're going PCA. Again, we debated this last hour. I think a lot of it is going to depend on how much, if at all, Ohtani pitches the rest of this regular season. Played catch over the weekend, starting to progress back to throwing. But what does that result in? Because their offensive numbers are essentially identical, but PCA is probably going to win the Gold Glove in center field, and he's already got 30 stolen bases. And the Cubs are hot right now while the Dodgers have slumped. So, yeah, again, not a surprise. PCA is the favorite with our friends at BetMGM right now to win MVP.
Indeed. And look, I think that's a brilliant point of view. I think PCA is going to, sew this bad boy up here in short order. It's going to take Shohei to get back on the mound. And it's going to take Shohei, if he does indeed return to the mound, to have a couple, maybe upwards of 3 outstanding turns in the rotation. If they're subpar, if they're not quality starts, they're just kind of ho-hum, as he's ramping up for the postseason, I think PCA is going to win this thing just because of the defense. And again, whoa, good God, y'all. What is it good for? Some people say absolutely nothing, but in the case of PCA, everything with that 6.1 WAR over Shohei's 3.4. I rest my case.
Yeah, that is, you're a big fan of the advanced analytics, and they do not tell many lies when it comes to wins above replacement, aka WAR, which is heavily in PCA's favor. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get back to the Patriots here. So we know they made some big roster shifts here throughout the offseason, but the blockbuster trade that they made for A.J. Brown still stands out. We talked about the A.J. Brown getting off to a really slow start at training camp, but he's been coming on lately, and he's been getting tested by one of the best corners in the game on a day-to-day basis, and that is Christian Gonzalez, which overall as a team is only going to help them. They also added Romeo Doubs, and they brought back Kayshon Boutte and Matt Collins. They just re-signed Hunter Henry today. They've got the running back duo of Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson, and Drake May took him to the Super Bowl last year, nearly beat out Matthew Stafford for the MVP, but man, all of the potential shortcomings of the Patriots, it took them all the way to the final game of the season. Sloppy offensive line play, especially from Will Campbell, and a defense that was really, really good with the pass rush, but look, let's be honest. They took advantage of one of the weakest schedules in NFL history. As our guy Mike Dussault said, they're not sneaking up on anybody this season, and they've got a very tough schedule. So before we get to over or under and debating how good the Patriots will be this year, Brad, let's get to our three-point stance. Let's look at this offense here. Which player brings you the best fantasy value on this Josh McDaniels-led New England Patriots offense?
Again, I will lay a hand on it. I'm going to smack that booty, baby. Give me Kayshon Boutte, wide receiver 73, 208.66 in terms of average draft position. So you're getting him in the beer fuzzy rounds of even 12-team leagues, and some of that could be a 5th or 6th, a wide receiver dart worth throwing. May not hit a bullseye at any point this year, but with the bye weeks kick in, maybe injuries really start sinking your fantasy franchise. He could be a plug-and-play du jour of sorts. Big playability. That is his calling card. He's made a lot of splashy plays so far in training camp. I know Mike was looking at Pop Douglas as being maybe the WR2 in this offense behind A.J. Brown, but a lot of single coverage I think Boutte is going to benefit from because he thrives in mano-a-mano situations. He only averaged 3.3 targets per game last season, but he was number 5 in all of the NFL in average at the target, also known as ADOT. He was also numero uno among all eligible wide receivers in quarterback rating when targeted at 133.2, which means he's got that established chemistry and trust with Drake May, is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL. He's also number 1 in yards per target and number 6 in yards per catch last season with 16.7 in that category. Strength of the schedule is incredibly difficult. Number 27 for a fantasy wide receiver, but man, there was a lot of profit potential there considering the ultra low price at wide receiver 73, 208.6 overall for one, Kayshon Boutte.
Oh yeah, smack that booty, baby. All on the floor. He definitely gives you some value, and I like that. I love that you've pointed him out. I'm going to go to the running back room here. And I'm going to go to the guy that maybe on paper still is running back number 1, but a lot of folks think that Travion Henderson is going to take that role away from Ramondre Stevenson this year. And Travion Henderson going into just his second year in the league. Last year as a rookie, ran for over 900 yards, had 9 touchdowns. Brad, I think Ramondre Stevenson actually gives you some great fantasy value here going into this season as a guy that is more than 10 spots lower on the list in the running back department than Travion Henderson. Ramondre is running back 31, an average draft position of 83. So you're looking at getting him in the 7th round if you are in a 12-team league. Look, I think the idea that TreVeyon Henderson is just going to out-touch Ramondre Stevenson if they both play the same amount of games and he's going to become the unquestioned number one running back, honestly, just take a look at what happened at the end of the year. Now, again, you look back at the last season. TreVeyon Henderson had 300 more rushing yards than Ramondre Stevenson. Granted, 50 more carries, and he still did average more than a half yard per carry more and fumbled only once. Ramondre had 2 fumbles. But remember what happened at the end of last season. Ramondre Stevenson was hurt for about a solid month. He missed 3 games, weeks 9, 10, and 11. He came back. They worked him back in slowly, but surely, to the point where, remember how much not only a good running back he was, but a pass-catching beast Ramondre Stevenson became at the end of the season. I mean, he was averaging like 40, 45, 50 receiving yards per game and a couple of receiving scores on top of some big games running the ball. He took that number one running back role back over from TreVeyon Henderson in the playoffs. I mean, that conference championship game against the Denver Broncos, Ramondre Stevenson had 25 carries for 71 yards. TreVeyon Henderson, 3 carries for 5 yards. So in the biggest game of the year, the Patriots leaned on Ramondre Stevenson. So it's a long season, but the fact that, like, according to a lot of folks drafting with fantasy football, Brad, I don't know how you feel, but I think the idea that TreVeyon Henderson is head and shoulders above the better option than Ramondre Stevenson, I think honestly it's just a little bit of box score watching from last year, because in the biggest games and in the playoffs, the Patriots relied on Ramondre Stevenson. So I think he gives you good value going into this year.
Totally agree, man. And it's going to lean on my player prop play, which I'm going to give here in a second. But yeah, I think people are a bit over their skis when it comes to TreVeyon Henderson. Extremely bullish as a fantasy football market. So if you want to be slick, you want to be savvy, I think pivot. Go with your boy, Ramondre Stevenson. Pick number 83.11. Nice profit potential there. So you and I, symbiotic, my friend.
All right, that leads us right into our favorite player prop play of the season for the Patriots. And Brad, you said it's going to depend on, and it's going to factor into what we were just talking about. So go ahead. What is that?
Let's talk about that former Buckeye, and I think that nut's going to crack at some point this season. And TreVeyon Henderson, I'm going to live in the land down under, gentlemen. Give me some minute work, somebody, please. It's been a minute. So whoever's working the board, they may not know that cue, but they're going to find it. I need minute work, land down under. But I am under on TreVeyon Henderson, 699.5 rush yards, as we're attempting to find that sounder. You saw last year a guy that had 9 or 11 rush yards. You might say, well, he's going to blow the doors off this. Coming in to his sophomore campaign, Mike Lazian got a projected for 194 touches on the ground, 854 rush yards this season. Well, that's significantly north of 699.5. But I think at best it's going to be maybe a 50-50 situation with him and Ramondre Stevenson. So you're going to have to rely on TreVeyon Henderson to hit some home runs operating between the 20s. And I think you got to pump the brakes on that. Why? You got to mill the pack offensive line. And number 2, as you already laid out, Pat, this team largely benefited from a doughy and ultra soft, downy soft schedule last season. Not going to be the case this year. If you look at the fantasy strength of schedule for running back, projected to be the 3rd toughest in the entirety of the NFL. You also throw in the fact, too, only a 14.7 missed tackle rate. Blurf. Utterly disgusting there. Number 53 in yards created per touch. You just tally it all up. I think he's going to be looking against 650. He's not going to get anywhere close to 700 yards on the ground unless Stevenson were to succumb, God forbid, to a major injury. So, again, living in the land down under on TreVeyon Henderson, 699.5 rush yards at -110.
Beautiful. Yeah. Fading TreVeyon. I think it could be the way to go this year. Now, we're going to debate how good we think the Patriots are going to be this year in just a second. And regardless of how I feel about that, I still feel like Drake May could have a pretty damn good year spinning the football, especially for some tutties. So I think my favorite player prop play for the Patriots this year, Brad, is over on Drake May's passing touchdowns, which is 26.5 right now with our friends at BetMGM. Here's some context. Last year, in what was nearly an MVP season, he had 31 touchdowns. Okay. It's going to be really tough for him to replicate those numbers, especially the passing yards. He threw for nearly 4,400 passing yards. I'm not too confident of going over or under on the passing yards, but the touchdowns, I think he can absolutely touch 30 again this year, whether or not the Patriots are a playoff team, whether or not they win the division, whether or not they win double-digit games. Because look at the weapons he's got to throw the ball to this year. However you feel about A.J. Brown, his time in Philadelphia, I mean, again, in a down year where there was drama and controversy and disarray throughout the Patriots, throughout the Eagles locker room, A.J. Brown still had 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. He's an upgrade from Stephon Diggs. On top of that, they bring in Romeo Doubs. They bring back familiar names that Drake May has chemistry with, and Kayshon Boutte, and Matt Collins, and Pop Douglas. And they just signed Hunter Henry to an extension. Throw in a couple of running backs that are decent pass catchers in Stevenson and Henderson, and I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities for Drake May to throw it to pay dirt. So again, over 26.5 passing touchdowns. Obviously, just like anything else a season long over, you need him to stay healthy. Of course, that goes without saying, but he had 31 last year. I think his pass catchers are better than a season ago, and yes, the defenses will be better, but I still think Drake May was one of the best red zone quarterbacks in football last year. And I think 27 touchdowns, if not 30, not out of the equation at all for the Patriots quarterback. So regardless of how Drake May does this year, Brad, what do we think on New England? Their team total with our friends at BetMGM, the over-under is 10.5 wins. Last year, they got 14 of them. Much more difficult schedule this season. The over 10.5 is plus 120. The under, you got to drink a decent amount of juice, minus 145. Brad, what do you think? Is regression coming to Foxborough this year?
Chug, chug, chug. I'm going to live in and land down under yet again on 10.5 wins. I think they're around maybe 9. They might flirt with 10 wins, but I'm going to stop right there. Let me give the evidence to back it up. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected to win 10 on the nose. And, again, I think that's pretty accurate. Gives them a 50% or greater win probability in exactly 10 games. The coin flip matches for them, which hold to decide whether we win or lose this bet. You look at Jacksonville on the road in week 3, 49% chance, according to Clay, of winning that one. Week 7 against my Chicago Bears in Chicago, 47% chance of winning that game. Buffalo at home in week 13, 55% chance of winning that one. And then Denver in week 17 at home, exactly a coin flip. 50% chance of taking that one. I think they're going to fall short of expectations. Again, much tougher schedule. I know they should have a borderline top 10 offense. You could argue they're going to have also a borderline top 10 defense. Very balanced squad, but they benefited from that ultra soft schedule last year. That will not be the case this season. I know you bring in A.J. Brown, but man, I just don't see 11 wins, 10 at most. But realistically, I think it's 9 on the dot.
Yeah, I think it's 9 or 10, and I got a lot of respect for Mike Vrabel as a head coach, and I think no matter how good the actual roster will be and how enhanced the competition is compared to that cupcake schedule they played a year ago, I still think Mike Vrabel is a hell of a head coach, and I think he will get this team to a minimum of 8 wins. Now, again, that's not great. They're under 500. They're missing the playoffs a year after going to the Super Bowl, but I think that's the minimum. That's the floor for them is 8 wins, barring numerous season-ending injuries to Drake May and some of the other best players on the team. I think the worst thing that happens this year for the Patriots is 8-9. But I don't see their floor being a whole lot higher than that. I don't, Brad. And everybody knows at this point how easy their schedule was last year, and it's going to be the biggest talking point throughout the year. They start this season on the road with the reigning Super Bowl champions in Seattle. Seahawks are a favorite to win that game. In terms of the travel, it's not that difficult for them, which is why I do feel like, again, their floor is 8 wins. They play across the pond against the Lions in week 10. They get their bye week right after that, and it's just a little bit after the midway point in the season, kind of that happy medium. So in terms of the gruel and the grind of the schedule, it shouldn't be too intense for New England, and they play a lot of 1 o'clock games in succession with not a ton of cross-country traveling. Again, like they go to Seattle to start the year, sure. But then like their road trips in the middle of the season at Jacksonville, not a tough flight. At Buffalo, short flight. At Chicago to play your Bears on a Thursday night, not terrible. At Miami, they don't have to travel west outside of the beginning of the season to play Seattle until week 12 coming off the bye week when they have to go to the Chargers. So they don't have a lot of cross-country flights this year. And I know, well, Pat, how much does that mean? Trust me, it makes a difference. It makes a difference. The travel and the toll that it takes on these players' bodies over this long of a season when you factor in injuries. So I think that's why their floor is 8 wins. But I think they're either a 9 or a 10-win team. Like you said, I think 9-8 or 10-7. I think the Bills reclaim this division. And I think the Patriots, it's going to come down to the final week of the season of whether or not they're going to be a wild card team. So I'm going under. I do not think they get to 11. I think 11-6, give Mike Vrabel coach of the year if they are able to get 11 wins this year. I think it's a really solid roster, but I don't think it's an elite roster, which is what you need to get 11 wins. So I'm going under as well on the Patriots.
Yep, good call, my friend. I think we're going to be in lockstep on that one. Expect a step back, folks. They are not going to be representing the AFC in the big game this year.
310-840-4910. We'll take your calls. We'll take your texts. What kind of season do you think the defending AFC champions are going to have in 2026? When we return, we got some big other football news to get to. NFL buying or BS on training camp edition, including a massive injury that the Commanders are dealing with now. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I do still believe Kyler starting in week 1. And I canvassed this morning. I texted a bunch of people in the NFL, media members, and otherwise, people that I'm close with. Who do you think's going to start for Minnesota in week 1? Everyone said Kyler. So I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here. Sky's falling. J.J. McCarthy starting week 1 against the Packers. I still think it's going to be Kyler Murray. And I'll still have some excitement going into the year. And we got preseason games coming up this week. So we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of weeks. I do think it'll be Kyler. But again, the fact that we are here and Kyler has not already been named the starting quarterback, or at least even if Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep the facade of a competition up, the fact that we don't have local and national reporters all saying, yeah, done deal, Kyler's going to be the quarterback. Like, think about what's going on in Cleveland. We'll get to the Browns coming up in a little bit with Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders. Like, you have reporters right now, locally and nationally, saying that Deshaun Watson is the front runner to start in week 1. You have local and national reporters about the Vikings saying J.J. McCarthy outplayed Kyler Murray in this big practice. This is not what you want. If you're a Vikings fan, someone that wants to bet the Vikings, if you're a fantasy football player, you don't want this. You know what you want? You want Kyler to be awesome. That's what gets you to the true potential of this team. If Kyler Murray is awesome. Now, I don't talk to Justin Jefferson. Him and I are not friends. I would imagine that he's not necessarily pleased with this development. The fact that neither of these guys is playing, and again, consider the quote from Judd Zolgad, neither has shown any consistency or lived up to what you want to see from an NFL quarterback. So this isn't J.J. McCarthy's dusting Kyler Murray and J.J.'s awesome. This is, they're both not good, and J.J. at times has been, like, less bad than Kyler has been. That's what it is. It's brutal. And if Kyler can't get it together, and I would still bet on it happening, because I'm a Kyler Murray fan, and I'm a little biased, and I'm honest about that. If Kyler Murray can't get it together, like, we can be really honest about this. I'm still going to pick the Vikings to the playoffs, assuming Kyler starts week 1. But I have to acknowledge the downside scenario here, right? If Kyler's not good this year, the Vikings are coming in last in this division. who was better at his height? Again, acknowledging they play different positions. Antonio Brown or Ben Roethlisberger? I'll take Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown
was absolutely a dominant wide receiver whose credentials on the field, as far as his production, to me, he's an easy one. Now,
but he's crazy, obviously. So, like,
well,
what happens with Antonio Brown?
Look, when I was on the committee when Terrell Owens didn't get in right away, and I was like, "What are we doing?" Now with Terrell Owens, there was some debate. See, the Hall of Fame is very adamant about hey, you do not take into account the off-field stuff, which we know does come into account. Jim Tyrer was on the committee. He murdered his wife and committed suicide. And so I think that's a factor why he didn't get in my opinion. So I do think those things are in the back of people's mind, but they're not supposed to be. With Terrell Owens, there was some question about whether the off-field stuff actually affected on-field, the way he disrupted Donovan McNabb and all of that. Agree or disagree? That kind of came in. To me, Antonio Brown was just a super dominant player who's easy Hall of Fame credentials, and I'm going to try to explain to the committee that. And I have no idea what the other people are going to think. But to me, the Hall may not like him standing up there, or whoever may not like him standing up there, depending on what he might say. I don't know. What do you think about somebody and how they represent the game? Is that an important thing to you? Or are we just going by the dominance they showed? I don't know how it's going to shake out.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. All right. We've given you a lot of NFL news and storylines here over the weekend, from training camp, practices, Hall of Fame game in the books, Hall of Fame speeches. We'll get to some of the biggest takeaways. We already played the best joke from Adam Vinatieri. Maybe we could play it again later on in the show. I'm not going to repeat it. Maybe not.
That's a good one.
It's borderline safe for radio. But we got some preseason openers coming up on Thursday. A lot of preseason action Thursday, Friday this weekend as well. But Brad, some other big news over the weekend. Let's get to some NFL buying or BS training camp edition. And let's start here with the biggest news over the weekend, and that is Commanders' offensive tackle, their left tackle, the blindside protector for Jaden Daniels, Laramie Tunsil, 5-time Pro Bowler, one of the best left tackles in the game, will miss a, quote, significant portion of the season, quote, with a torn triceps. Not a great start at all for this Commanders team that really doesn't have a whole lot of margin for error, in my opinion. This is a big season for Dan Quinn. They did sign Stephon Diggs a couple of days ago, but now they lose their left tackle for maybe the entire season. And so, Brad, I'll tee you up here and ask you first, buying or BS with Tunsil sidelined. Jaden Daniels' stock takes a substantial hit with the quarterback finishing under 549.5 rushing yards. What do you say?
Oh, that's a heaping, smoldering pile of BS, my friend, because I still think Jaden Daniels is going to ball out from a statistical point of view. He's looked repeatedly and reportedly very comfortable under center so far in training camp. Bringing in Diggs, a pair with Terry McLaurin. You got Chigakakwo there. Rashad White has got some sticky fingers out of the backfield. It's going to be a safety valve underneath. What this is going to do is exactly this. with Tunsil out, that offensive line, which was middle of the pack with Tunsil healthy, they're probably going to be a bottom 10 unit, but it's not going to completely discombobulate the offense. Sure, Daniels could just, succumb to pressure on occasion, but he is going to have a lot more flush out of the pocket situations with his elite opportunistic legs. A guy I think is going to soar past 549.5 rush yards. In fact, if you can guarantee me even 15 games out of Daniels, he may have 700 rush yards. He's got to uncork early and often because the defense is going to be lousy. I still feel that Jane Daniels is going to have balls out. A lot of talk of balls here on the show today. A season to say the least. So I think Daniels could be good for 22 to 24 passing touchdowns, again 700 rushing yards, right around 5-6 rushing touchdowns. So again, that statement is BS. I am not writing off this offense and certainly not diminishing the value of Jane Daniels with Tunsil out.
I'm going to have to disagree to a certain extent. Now, you wrote this question in our rundown for the show here. And so in terms of the rushing yards, I do think that Jaden Daniels could go over. I think he could rack up 600, even 700 rushing yards this year. For context, his rookie season, he had 891 rushing yards. Remember, he played every single game. They went to the NFC title game. He stayed healthy. Despite all of our concerns about him needing to slide, needing him to take less hits in the open field, last year, it wasn't even, he did get hurt the last time with the elbow running an open field, but the first two injuries that he suffered last year were not because of an inability to slide or get down or anything like that, but he only played in 7 games. He was injured all throughout the season. And so in 7 games, and a couple of those leaving early because of injuries, he had 278 rushing yards. If Jaden, like you said, if Jaden Daniels plays 15 games, yes, I think he could rack up 600 rushing yards or more, especially because his blindside protector and Laramie Tunsil is going to miss maybe the entire regular season. That offensive line is going to be worse. He is going to have to scramble. He is going to have to make things happen with his legs. That doesn't mean that the Washington Commanders offense is going to be good. I think this is a massive loss. And, we look back at the Chargers season a year ago. They were still able to make the playoffs because their defense was so good, despite the fact that they lost both of their tackles, Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater. So far, the Commanders, it's just Laramie Tunsil, but he was the best lineman on, like you said, an otherwise average offensive line at best. I think this is a big loss. I think this Commanders offense is being held together by basically Jaden Daniels himself right now. After the down year Terry McLaurin had, Stephon Diggs, basically unwanted in free agency, gets signed for the cheap just a couple of days ago, and the run game left a lot to be desired last year with Bill Krosky-Merritt. You mentioned they brought in Rashad White. But, man, and now David Blau, first-time offensive coordinator. I don't have high hopes for this offense, especially now that Laramie Tunsil is out. So, yes, I think Jaden Daniels can still go over his rushing yards. But, man, I don't think this offensive unit is going to be elite by any stretch. Let's move on and hit one more here, Brad. Seahawks rookie running back Jadarian Price, straight from Notre Dame, will be sidelined for the next few days with leg soreness, a setback that should only temporarily halt his impressive camp. So, Brad, buying or BS? Jadarian Price plays at least 15 games, generates roughly 60 to 65% of the opportunity share in Seattle, and tops 1,000 rushing yards in his rookie season. That number, 1,000 rushing yards, is plus 250 odds with our friends at BetMGM. What do you say?
Oh, dude, BS. Look, the reason being is I don't think he's going to do 1,000 rush yards. Look, he's been ultra impressive so far in training camp. A lot of people are, worried about his pass catching ability. They have really worked on that craft with him, and he has thrived. I know he had 6 receptions last season, working in concert with Jeremiah Love for your Fighting Irish. Only had 113 rush attempts, but off the charts, advanced analytics, 3.92 yak per attempt at collegiate level, 28.3% missed tackle rate. That's going to transition quite nicely to a Seattle team in a very healthy offensive environment. He's going to be a top 24 fantasy running back, but 1,000 rush yards, I can't buy that. So slight heap of BS.
Yeah, I'm going to say BS as well. Even though Zach Charbonnet is going to be worked back in slowly following his torn ACL in the playoffs, I still think that's a big number for Jadarian Price to get to. All right, when we come back, we'll preview the AFC West. Is it the best division in football? BetMGM tonight.
I can't put the Commanders over the Eagles in good conscience. There's no way. And you know I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce back year with Sean Mannion now calling the plays and A.J. Brown in Foxborough with the Patriots. I'm definitely picking the Cowboys to be better than the Commanders. You know I've been on Dallas all offseason. And as it stands right now, and this is where we can tie in all the positivity with the Giants, I have never been in my life the most optimistic Giants fan. And you guys know this if you watch or listen to the show. Just listen to the way I talked about the Knicks for the majority of the season. My Knicks. And they went on to win the NBA championship. I was nervous before Game 7 of the Western Conference Final that the Thunder were going to beat the Spurs and then railroad my Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm never going to be a homer on this show. I tell you like it is with the Yankees. I tell you like it is with the Giants. I tell you like it is with the Knicks. I tell you like it is with the New York Rangers. With all that being said, if you made me pick right now, better record this year, Giants or Commanders, I'm going to take the Giants. I'm going to take the Giants. Even if I would admit, if the which they wouldn't do, but if the Commanders called the Giants and offered Jaden Daniels straight up for Jackson Dart, which they wouldn't do, obviously you make that trade in a New York minute, in an absolute heartbeat. So the Commanders have the better quarterback. But I think the rest of what's going on these teams, I think favors the Giants. Significant wrist injury for Cade Mays is expected to miss a, quote, significant portion of the season. Very, 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 very bad news. Mays, an excellent center, and they really need him or a steady hands in the interior when you consider the two guards in Detroit are high upside players, but also potentially low downside players as well, in Christian Mahogany and in Tate Ratledge. Now, we think Penei Sewell, who was obviously a top 10 pick, but the first pick of the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell regime, Penei Sewell, who goes to left tackle now with Taylor Decker no longer on the Lions, the guess is that Penei Sewell is going to be good enough to just go and be awesome at left tackle. That you don't have a lot of concerns about that. You know, the Lions are going to be starting a rookie, Blake Miller, at right tackle. Maybe he's awesome, maybe he's not. And if the interior of the line is going to be shaky, consider how this team is built, the Lions. I think their defense is going to be terrible this year. The secondary is hot garbage, and I like Jack Campbell's a good linebacker. Aiden Hutchinson's a stud, right? Pass rusher. Brian Branch will be back at some point, but he obviously got hurt late last season. How are the Lions rushing the passer this year? But the Detroit Tigers, you know, the team that sold at the deadline in incredible fashion, that traded Tarek Skubal, the reigning two-time defending Cy Young Award winner, to the Los Angeles Dodgers, traded Casey Mize to the San Diego Padres. Those Detroit Tigers, who look like they were waving the white flag, acknowledging we don't have it this year, even in a bad American league, selling at the deadline. Those Detroit Tigers currently one game out of a playoff spot in the American League. One game out of the third wild card spot behind the Texas Rangers. Incredible.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. It's been a fun show so far. We've been breaking down a lot of wide receiver injuries over the weekend in training camp, especially a couple of big ones. The Chicago Bears, their second-year receiver, Luther Burden, is going to miss about a month with an injury. And so that's going to put him right up against the start of the season. How does that impact the Bears offense? Also with the Colts, Josh Downs, groin setback. And more importantly, Alec Pierce, who's now their number one receiver they paid the big bucks to in the offseason, still on the PUP list, has not started practicing since training camp began. Brad and I both think it could end up being a disastrous year for the Colts. We also debated who is going to be the National League MVP, as it is nearly dead even between Pete Crow Armstrong and Shohei Ohtani. But PCA is now the small betting favorite. Is Ohtani going to pitch? Is he going to make a start the rest of this regular season? That could end up being the decider. We also talked a lot of New England Patriots with Mike Dussault, who is the senior content manager for the team at Patriots.com. Did our Patriots three-point stance, and then also touched on the Laramie Tunsil torn triceps injury. The elite left tackle for the Washington Commanders might miss the entire regular season. So injuries playing a big factor, and 30 out of 32 teams haven't even played a single preseason game yet. But Brad, as we look forward to 2026, why don't we look at what could be the best division in all of football? And that is the AFC West. A year ago, let's see how this puppy finished out. The Denver Broncos won the division with a 14-3 record. The Chargers, despite the injuries to their offense, finished 11-6. They made the postseason again. But it was the nightmare season that every Chiefs hater was hoping for. Mahomes' torn ACL at the end was just the final death blow to what was a brutal season for the Kansas City Chiefs, 6-11. And then the Raiders were once again terrible at 3-14. But now they've got Clint Kubiak. They've got Fernando Mendoza. And so we look at what should be a, once again, jam-packed AFC West. Let's start with the team that finished at the top in the Denver Broncos. And Brad, I think the biggest question around this team is, can Bo Nix take a big step forward in year 3 and lead the Broncos back to the AFC title game following that offseason ankle surgery? Because they were probably going to go to the Super Bowl if he didn't break his ankle bizarrely on that final play against the Buffalo Bills. But he did, and so they had to go to Jarrett Stidham against the Patriots, and that led to the loss, along with Sean Payton's questionable coaching decisions. But the Broncos defense is going to be incredible. It's going to be a top 5. But for me, the addition of Jalen Waddle and what does Bo Nix look like in year 3 have got to be the biggest question marks for the Denver Broncos. Before we get into the X's and O's and the deep stuff on the Broncos, how do you feel? What are you thinking about this team here? Should they be the favorite to win the division, or do you feel like they might be also poised to take a step back this season?
No, I don't think they're going to take a step back at all. In fact, I think they're going to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl this year. That's how bullish I am on the Denver Broncos. And you might say, oh, Evans, you lived in the Mile High City. You have an infatuation with the Denver community and the Mile High, My Little Ponies. Look, I like Thunder. Thunder's kind of cool. I don't mind the mascot. I went to games there on occasion. Good people there in Denver, Colorado. So I have a ton of friends that live in the area. But I do believe in this team, and I think they're going to exceed expectations. Not so much offensively, I think they're going to be a top half offense. Don't get me wrong. With Jalen Waddle now on roster, that's really going to bolster the wide receiver core. Cortland Sutton is taking a few days off, but he's going to be a mighty fine WR2. Pat Bryant, product of the where? ILL has been a stud so far in training camp. I know J.K. Dobbins exited the day with an undisclosed injury, but the running backs they have on roster and R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman, who they got in the draft. Like, I like some of the pieces are not extraordinary, but they're both going to be productive and serviceable at a minimum, even if Bo Nix does regress somewhat, kind of takes a step back, and it's a slow recovery coming off that ankle injury. But the defense, man, is arguably in the conversation of being the best in the National Football League. The offensive line is in the conversation of being the best in the NFL. So they're going to win a lot of those battles in the trenches. They're going to win a ton of battles of one-on-one and coverage on the back end. That defense, that offensive line, those are the two keys to success for the Denver Broncos, who, again, I feel are going to win this division. And I will say it again, if you did not hear me the first time, the Denver Broncos are headed to Los Angeles to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl this year.
Wow. Look, I don't see that happening. Because I don't know if Bo Nix is going to take that big step forward in year 3. But the other big question is, what does the offense look like as a whole? What do they look like as a whole? Because last year, what plagued, and I say plagued the Broncos, they won 14 games. They got to the AFC title game, and they probably would have gone to the Super Bowl if Bo Nix didn't, break his ankle on that bizarre play that they beat the Bills on. But I say what plagued them how many times last year, Brad, were you and I, lamenting, geez, it's another brutally slow start for the Broncos. Can't get out of neutral in the first half, needing to rely on the defense to make sure that they're not losing at halftime, and then they squeak out one-score wins week after week after week, or the offense finally gets going and they put teams away late, but it was a little too close for comfort. Well, Sean Payton has turned over the play-calling duties to 31-year-old Davis Webb, who is now the offense coordinator with this team. They got rid of Joe Lombardi. Davis Webb has been with the Broncos since he retired. Remember, Davis Webb was the New York Giants backup just a couple of years ago in 2022. He was still in the league. He retires, immediately gets into the coaching. He was the quarterback's coach for the first 2 seasons in Denver. Last year was the passing game coordinator and the quarterback's coach. Gets the big promotion. Sean Payton thinks the world of Davis Webb, turns over the play calling duties. He is going to be calling the plays. Like that, for Sean Payton, one of the best play callers, as much as I dislike Sean Payton, and I'm not I've always been vocal in my criticism of Sean Payton going back to the Bounty Gate days, and I'm just not a fan of the guy, if I'm being honest here. But he's a hell of a play caller, and he's a Super Bowl champion. For him to turn over the play calling duties to a 31-year-old who's only been coaching for a couple of years, that speaks to how much confidence Sean Payton has in Davis Webb and calling the plays for this offense. How they look, can they avoid those first half ruts that they often found themselves in a year ago? That's going to be critical. And then what kind of what do we see that step forward from Bo Nix this season? Working even more closely with Davis Webb. Now that he's the play caller, do we see more creativity from this Broncos offense, not only in the first half, but throughout games? Do they not have to rely on the defense to get 70 sacks this year or 50 sacks? Mind-blowing numbers from that pass rush. Can they win the division again? Can they? Because I think the Chiefs are going to be much better. And I think the Raiders are going to be much better. They're not going to be the floorboards of the AFC West anymore. So I think it's Bo Nix for sure, and how he looks with a new play caller, with Davis Webb calling the plays. He's got a brand new shiny weapon in Jalen Waddle, but I'm just not so confident that Bo Nix is the elite quarterback that a lot of people think he is or think he will be. Well, let's move on here, Brad. We get a little bit deeper on the Broncos. Fantasy feels, what player or what positioning group are you focusing on the most, or are you most excited to watch this year in this Denver Broncos offense?
Yeah, let's talk about the running backs because I think there's going to be, somebody's going to emerge that's going to yield a fair amount of overall value. Now, J.K. Dobbins exited today with an injury. We're going to see what the status is. I haven't seen any information, at least leading up to the show, recently surfaced on exactly what he's suffering from and how long he is going to be out if he were to miss any time. But it's going to be a full-blown RBBC. That's running back by committee. Dobbins, assuming his health, will head that up. And a guy that, could flirt with 1,000 yards in the ground, a guy that could total around, 6 to 9 touchdowns in totality. RJ Harvey was very unimpressive last season, but a guy that has some tacky hands on the backfield. Maybe he's going to catch 45 to 50 balls this year. But again, it's Jonah Coleman, who I find muy interesante, and a guy that you're going to get the wee hours of your fantasy football draft. Well-built guy. I think he's going to maybe take on a sizable role. He's made some splashy plays in training camp. Whoever is upright and whoever steals the show and gets the majority of the touches in that backfield this season stands to benefit from a lot of positive game scripts. I know that if the division is going to be rough and rugged, but again, man, that defense, that offensive line, it is set up for a running back to have incredible, consistent success throughout the year. So for me, Jonah Coleman, I'm drafting him well inside the top 45 running backs. Again, I got my big Red Grange Invitational here at Casa de Evans this weekend. It is a salary cap / auction. I will go the extra buckaroo. I will draft him with high confidence as my RB 4 or 5, knowing that he is probably going to have 3 to 5 games at a minimum where he's maybe going to finish in the RB2 or higher class among running backs in that 14-team setup. So, again, don't sleep on Jonah Coleman. We'll see what happens with J.K. Dobbins, but I'm very, very locked in on the RBs of the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see who is going to step up outside of Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle in this receiving room. And again, it is essentially, you mentioned Jonah Coleman. He's obviously the new addition. Outside of that and Jalen Waddle, it's essentially the same exact offense as last year. Courtland Sutton, like you mentioned, either he's going to be wide receiver 1 or number 2 as they bring in Jalen Waddle. But outside of that, look, last year, the Broncos only had 2 receivers that had more than 500 yards. It was Courtland Sutton who had 1,000. Then it was Troy Franklin who had 700. After that, your guy Pat Bryant, I know you're high on him in the ILL. He only had 378 yards. Marvin Mims Jr. had a couple of moments, but for the most part, didn't do much. Again, it was Courtland Sutton and Troy Franklin. And even on a lot of Sundays, if it wasn't Courtland Sutton getting it done, there was nobody. And that's why there was that lack of explosiveness in the first half for the Broncos. So I'm expecting Jalen Waddle to step up and have a big year. It's a guy that, again, I know he's missed the last couple of days of practice, but, Sean Payton said he would be out for a couple of days with muscle tightness. I mean, this is a guy that has barely missed any games over his 5-year career with the Dolphins. So assuming he's durable, assuming he's healthy, that's a big boost. That is a big explosive punch in the slot going across the middle for this Broncos offense this year. So is it going to be Courtland Sutton and all Jalen Waddle? Like, who is going to be the other guy that steps up? Is it going to be Pat Bryant? Is it going to be Troy Franklin?
Yep.
I mean, hell, we want to throw the tight ends in the mix here as well, because I think you can. Like Evan Engram, who was supposed to be the joker role in this Broncos offense, and then he didn't even play 50% of the snaps because he couldn't block worth a lick. And he's been working the news out of training camp. Oh, Evan Engram, was looking great as a run blocker. Well, he better be, because otherwise he ain't going to see the field again. So Courtland Sutton and Jalen Waddle, yes, it's not, in my opinion, it was all Courtland Sutton last year. And maybe that's a bit disrespectful to Troy Franklin because he put up decent numbers, but now you got Jalen Waddle. Okay, so those 2 guys, that gives you a bona fide wide receiver number 2. You still need more than that. You want to have some more depth on this offense. So which of the other receivers are going to step up and make a big leap here in 2026 is something that I'm interested in looking at. All right, Brad, favorite team-related play for the entire 2026 season, whether it's Broncos as a team or if it's a player. What do you like in Denver this year?
Again, I'm going to live and land down under, and this time it's going to be on Courtland Sutton, 775.5 receiving yards. I think this number is slightly too high. I think it's going to be right around 700 when it's all said and done. a good season, not a great season, and a guy I think is going to regress somewhat because of Jalen Waddle's presence, because of the rising emergence of one Pat Bryant. who again has been the star according to all the boots on the ground of Broncos training camp. You don't believe me? Look it up. Yeah, Pat Bryant's been awesome. But you look at Cortland Sutton, I don't think he's going to average anywhere close to 7.3 targets a game. It's probably going to be around like 5.5 in that category this season. He was top 10 in air yards last year. He's probably going to decline in that category. Only number 36 in yards after contact. Only number 35 in yards per route run. Not very encouraging data there. And the one sore thumb that really sticks out, he was number 85, Pat. 85 at average yards of separation per target. It's not a lot of breathing room, really relying on some of those big outside the numbers connections that he would high point and win on those occasions off the hand of Bo Nix. So he only had a 94.7 passer rating when targeted last season as well. So some unencouraging advanced data on the profile from last year. And again, adding Pat Bryant rising to the occasion, Jalen Waddle now being a Denver Bronco, under 775.5 yards for Cortland Sutton feels right.
Yeah, and mine is kind of reverse correlated or just correlated to that. I like Jalen Waddle over 875.5 yards. I think he's going to have a big year. I think the reason they gave up a first-round draft pick and traded for him is because of his versatility as a receiver. Everything you were talking about, it felt like if Cortland Sutton couldn't go up and win those contested one-on-one catches on the outside, he wasn't doing much. Well, Jalen Waddle gives you that versatility. Not only can he play on the outside, we've seen it in his time in Miami. He can play in the slot. He can beat you over the middle. He can get you on little dig routes, just a couple of yards after. He's a yak monster. So I think that is exactly what this Broncos offense needs. And so I think Jalen Waddle is going to be the number one weapon this year for Bo Nix. I like his over. I think he gets another 1,000 yards, assuming he stays healthy. Finally, Brad, I guess this question's already answered. You think they're going all the way to the Super Bowl. So playoff team, Broncos minus 145. Yes. To miss the playoffs with our friends at BetMGM plus 120. You are definitely feeling like they're going to be a playoff team. I think so as well, but I think it'll be sweaty. I think those odds with our friends at BetMGM, it's a really, really good number because I do think it'll probably come down to one game as to whether or not the Broncos make the playoffs. You obviously feel much differently. You think they're going all the way to Englewood to play at SoFi Stadium in the Super Bowl. And with that defense, I can't blame you for feeling that. But, man, despite the trade and how high I am and how much of a good season I think Jalen Waddle is going to have, I just still don't think Bo Nix is that elite of a quarterback. So I guess he's going to have to prove me wrong if that's going to be the case.
Oh, just chug that orange Kool-Aid alongside me, mi amigo. It's going to leave a pretty, awesome buzz if you do. I mean, they have a top half easy strength of schedule overall. And again, the trench warfare, they're going to win a lot of those battles. Defensively, they're going to be a team that is in pretty much every single game. I don't think they're really going to get blown out on a game-in, game-out basis. Mike Clay's got it projected for 10.9 wins. I think he's underselling it. I think this team wins at least 11, if not 12 or 13 games. That's how high confidence I am. And I'll take it a step further. You want a Super Bowl preview? You're going to get it in the Mile High City. Week 3, Denver welcomes the LA Rams. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, baby.
Inglewood is going to be up to no good, except for your boy, because if that shakes out, I'm going to make a pile of cash.
Yeah. And look, you've been on the Rams since April, May, saying that you think they're going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. That was before they traded for Myles Garrett. That was before we got the impending news. It feels like it's inevitable that Aaron Donald is going to come out of retirement and rejoin this team. So you've been on the Rams for quite a while. But the Broncos, okay. All right. Look, our friends at BetMGM, they've only got them at 9.5 wins. So they're expecting that big regression. Whether it's them or it's the Patriots, feels like one of those two teams is bound to take a step back this year. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll preview the rest of the division when we come back. Is it a big bounce-back season for Mahomes and the Chiefs? Can the Chargers stay healthy? And can their defense be as good without Jesse Minter, who's now the head coach of the Ravens? And finally, with the Raiders, when do we see Mendoza? And can this team really make some noise in this division this year. We'll preview the rest of the AFC West when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
An all-time great who had to wait too long to get into the Hall of Fame, despite Roger Craig being Thurman Thomas before Thurman Thomas, being Marshall Faulk before Marshall Faulk, LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson, the first ever player in the history of the league to go for 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving, who supercharged the Niners dynasty in the 80s. We have him revealing a dementia diagnosis, which is obviously no laughing matter, and send the best to Roger Craig and his family. And then we have Adam Vinatieri doing open mic night, pretending that he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's Jerry Seinfeld. Give me a break here. But whatever. You know what? Adam Vinatieri wants to do comedy. He's earned the right. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He can do that. And you know, like, you want to take shots at Peyton Manning, about his forehead. It's not really a shot. It's more of like a tongue-in-cheek. They're friends. Make a comment about Pat McAfee. They're clearly friends. Like, fine. And yes, he did say Bill's the greatest coach ever. But you know, my problem is this. And this pisses me off because I feel like I'm in the minority of this. I feel like you, the person watching or listening right now, like you are going to be on the other side of this. And that most people, sports fans or not, and this is a function of kind of this story becoming a crossover story that everybody's got an opinion on, and most people know about it, I think most people will disagree with me on this. And I think that is a sports sin. Not a real life sin. This is not a life or death matter. But as far as sports goes, this is a sin. You want to make your jokes about Bill Belichick? I did last week. Remember, I talked about North Carolina football on the show last week. And what I said is, the saddest thing about all the sad things, the CVS receipt of things that have gone wrong with North Carolina since Bill Belichick took over, the number one thing, the most offensive thing that's happened, the worst thing that's happened is that they have become irrelevant. And that people don't care about North Carolina football with Bill Belichick as the coach. So I'm on record blasting Belichick for what's happened at North Carolina. And he wants to take the shot at North Carolina, great. And I also said last week, as the father of a girl, I'm a girl dad, I think he's a creep. I do think that. I think he's a creep. And if I found out, now my daughter's 2, but if I found out that my 20-plus-year-old daughter wanted to bring home a 70-year-old man, I would want to knock his teeth down his throat. That's me. You can disagree, but I guarantee you, any father listening to this or watching this right now to a girl will agree with me. Creep. But at some point, there needs to be a modicum of respect for this man and what he accomplished as a coach and as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Because it's like open season now to tee off on Bill Belichick, who somehow, inexplicably, and Mike Sando is going to join us to start next hour. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about this and more, including potential names on next year's ballot: Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, etc. Bill Belichick didn't make the Hall of Fame, which is ludicrous beyond words, right? You can hate him. You can think he's a creep. I do. You can think that he sullied his reputation since leaving the New England Patriots. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But you have to acknowledge he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only is he the greatest coach in the history of the National Football League, he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the National Football League. And it's just become in vogue for everybody to bash this guy like he's some curtain-jerking jabroni slappy. And it's not right. You can think he's done a poor job at Carolina. You cannot like his choice in women and age. You cannot like that. But the fact that this guy, Bill Belichick, is such a punchline in Canton, Ohio, where if you took, let's say that there are more, but let's just say there were 100 head coaches in the history of the NFL. Obviously, there are more. Let's say there are 100, and Bill Belichick's one of the 100. Out of the 100, He is the one that almost certainly respects Canton, Ohio, and that building and that place and what it symbolizes more than the other 99. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's covered him. Someone who appreciates and knows and understands and respects the history of the game. Staked a claim to be the greatest ever. And everyone's going to make their jokes in that fabled place. Just run this guy. Well, it's okay. He's the greatest coach ever, but I'm going to take my shots at him. Can there be some respect?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. We are previewing the AFC West this season, team by team. Biggest question for each team, favorite team-related play, and whether or not we think they're going to be a playoff team this year, along with the biggest news and storylines regarding each team. So we hit on the Denver Broncos hot and heavy last segment. Brad thinks they're going to the Super Bowl. I think they are probably 50-50 to miss the playoffs this season. I'm not so sure Bo Nix takes that big step forward here in year 3. I'm very intrigued to see the offense and the play calling for 31-year-old first-time offense coordinator Davis Webb. Sean Payton handing off the play calling duties. What does Jalen Waddle look like in year 1 as a Bronco? And is that defense going to be as elite as they've been the last 2 years? Let's move on to the Chiefs, Brad. Everybody that was preying on the Chiefs' downfall last season, after years and years of Super Bowl appearance, after Super Bowl appearance, multiple Super Bowl trophies, Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey and Taylor Swift dominating the NFL. Well, you got your pound of flesh last season, 6-11, multiple injuries from the start. Mahomes then the torn ACL. The Chiefs missed the playoffs. Biggest question is, quite obviously, does Mahomes, and more importantly, do the Kansas City Chiefs as a whole bounce back and make it to the playoffs this year? Well, Brad, I know you already think the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl, but do you think the Chiefs are going to bounce back this season? Are they still the standard, or are the times? They were a change in last year, and they're going to continue to change this year. How do you feel about the Chiefs going into this season?
I may be very much in the minority here, but I think it's going to be back-to-back flops for the Kansas City Chiefs. I am not buying on a guaranteed bounce back by any stretch of the imagination. Look, there's going to be a reinvention of sorts for this team offensively. You know, having Rashee Rice back, we're going to see if he can stay upright and out of trouble, obviously coming off that knee injury and his stint in jail. But I think they're going to really lean on the run a little bit more. That's why they acquired Kenneth Walker III this season. You might say, well, it's going to benefit this team overall. It's going to be a very efficient offense in return. But I say not so fast. I mean, there's some other issues with this team. I think defensively, they're somewhat subpar. I think the offensive line could be a bottom 10 units overall, and you got a quarterback coming off an ACL injury. I know he has defied the recovery time and it greatly exceeded expectations. Going to be all systems go into week 1. And of course, when he is healthy and firing all cylinders, Patrick Mahomes is easily a top 5 quarterback still in this game. Travis Kelce, though, a little bit longer in the tooth. Xavier Worthy, can he stay upright? Guys already dealing with some nicks and scrapes, a slight build. There's question marks among the wide receivers. And again, that offensive line ain't going to be the greatest. The strength of schedule, they had the 9th hardest overall schedule entering the season this year. So put all together, man, I could see Kansas City playing like 500 football yet again and be on the outside looking in. So I know this is kind of cart ahead of the horse, but I'll answer the question right now. Are they a playoff team? I say no, especially getting seduced by the juice at plus 170 at our friends at BetMGM.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is a bold take. That is absolutely a bold take
Is
because
it?
they are minus 210 to make the playoffs. And look,
All right.
there was a couple people, maybe not a lot. There was a couple people saying last year the Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs this year. And I thought that was crazy. I don't think it's as crazy this year. But man, maybe I'm a sucker. Maybe I don't like change. Right? Maybe we got change last year in the NFL with all the Ravens, the Chiefs missing the playoffs. Maybe I just have a soft spot. Maybe I have a man crush on Patrick Mahomes. I still think that at the end of the year, he's going to be the best quarterback in football. Right now, I think it's Josh Allen. I think the last 2 years, Josh Allen has taken that throne. But I still think Mahomes is too damn good. I know you mentioned the question marks regarding Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy and obviously Travis Kelce's age. But, man, I think the addition of Kenneth Walker III, the reigning Super Bowl MVP, is going to be massive for this run game, which they didn't really have much of at all last year. And if they have a strong run game, that makes Mahomes that much more dangerous. That makes these receivers that much more dangerous. I do think the clock is ticking on Andy Reid, but man, I still think the Chiefs missing the playoffs 2 straight years, I'm going to say it ain't so. I don't think it's happening. I think they're making the playoffs. I think they're winning at minimum 10 games, and I think Mahomes is going to win comeback player of the year. There's my favorite team-related play right there.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes, comeback player of the year, plus 185, which honestly, you get longer odds than when it opened. And I guess maybe it nearly being even money, maybe that was a bit crazy. I'm sure you had a bunch of people jump at that. I did not. But now it's nearly 2-1, and I think that's great value. I mean, again, you tell me who's winning comeback player of the year over Patrick Mahomes, because I know he's had a down season each of the last 2 years, but if he even puts up average numbers over his career, he's winning comeback player of the year. And I still think he is a Hall of Fame generational quarterback that right now is probably, in my opinion, the second greatest quarterback of all time. So Patrick Mahomes is going to win comeback player of the year. That I'm very confident in.
Yeah, I could support that, man. It seems like a foregone conclusion. That's like a watermelon on a low-hanging twig. I mean, just go ahead and pluck it. And I know watermelons grow on the ground, folks. Just use your imagination with that metaphor. It's low-hanging fruit. If you need me to bridge the gap. So, yeah, I think you're right there. I tell you what, I'm going to give you back-to-back. My fantasy feel is also related to my favorite team-related player prop play. It's Kenneth Walker the third yet again. I'll take the over 925.5 rush yards. And a guy I think is going to be an RB1 through and through in 12-team leagues. He's not very often going to leave the field. I think he's going to get at least 80% of the opportunity share. I know the offensive line is a little bit rickety. That is an area of concern, but he is a supreme tackle breaker. The guy forced a missed tackle over 25% of his touches last season in that Super Bowl campaign with the Seattle Seahawks. He just breaks tackles galore. The yards after contact per attempt, the yards created that he really racks up. So I cannot believe the number is south of 1,000 yards on rush yards. Again, this team I feel is going to be 500. And you might say, well, that really isn't as completely support Kenneth Walker III having a monster year, but they'll be good enough for him to get enough balls to the belly to exert his will and definitely pile up the damage. So Kenneth Walker III, love him for fantasy and love him for the over 925.5 rush yards at minus 110 at our friends at BetMGM.
All righty, so you think the Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs again? I think they're going to make it. I think Mahomes is winning comeback player of the year, but you are very high on Kenneth Walker. Let's move on to the Chargers. The Bolts. Biggest question for this team, in my opinion, Brad, does Mike McDaniel, the new offensive coordinator, joining up with Jim Harbaugh, does he finally turn Justin Herbert into an elite quarterback? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. I know there is a couple of players in this offense that you are sky high on, but just in terms of what Mike McDaniel was brought here to do, and that is to finally get the most out of Justin Herbert, do you think he's able to accomplish that this year after his time with the Miami Dolphins? What do you think?
Well, Madison Beer is putting fingers through his hair on the sideline. So, yes, I could totally see that because she's got superpowers, man. I don't know about you, but I've seen some of the images that are making the rounds of social media, and kudos to you, Justin Herbert, is all I'm going to say. Look, man, I got faith in Mike McDaniel. He's a little bit of an odd duck. There's no doubt about it. But, he's going to have the sweats on, the pant legs up, the exposed calves, as he always does there. But he's a brilliant play caller. He's got weapons, a lot of weapons. I think he's going to maximize the potential of Herbert, who started to run a little bit more last season. And so that duality, I think, is going to be key for him to really unlock his full potential this year. So I got faith in Mike McDaniel getting the most out of Justin Herbert. In fact, I'll go out, and I'm not really feeling like I'm walking out on a very long limb with this, but I've already picked the Denver Broncos to win this division. If I think Kansas City is going to be mediocre, no way in hell the Raiders are really going to ascend and be a top 2 team in this division. The second best team, I feel, the Chargers. I am a buyer in this franchise, and they've got a top 10 offensive line. So, yeah, count me in, man. I think Herbert's going to have probably a career year under Mike McDaniel in year 1.
Man, you and I, we are on opposite sides of the aisle when it comes to the teams in this division. Because I'm not a buyer in the Chargers. I think Mike McDaniel, I think his best days as a play caller are over. And I say his best days.
Really?
I'm not saying he's a terrible play caller. I'm just saying, like, those peak prime Dolphin seasons where it was, really that one season where they were putting up like 40 points a game and Tua looked like a freaking MVP candidate, and Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are going for 150 yards every single game, and Devon Achane's running wild, and they're just they're freaking recreating the game of football. I think those days are over. I think he's a good play caller. I think he was in over his head towards the end of the time in Miami when things they were just kept going south. Again, in South Beach, just basically he was on a sinking ship, and he found himself a pretty good gig after that. I think it's a combination of things. I think the defense is going to take a step back this year. I think Jesse Minter was the real hero for the Chargers last year. Now, Jim Harbaugh is a hell of a head coach, right? He's won a national championship as a college football coach at Michigan. He's been to a Super Bowl, in his time with the 49ers, and he's proven that he can get the Chargers to the playoffs despite the decimating injuries they had on the offensive line last year. Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt both gone for the season by week 5. Well, Pat, how do you not buy into the Chargers this year then? Those guys are healthy. Mike McDaniel is the play caller. I'm sorry. In the last year, for me, it was, all right, I'm not going to buy into Justin Herbert and the Chargers being a Super Bowl contender because I need to see Justin Herbert win a freaking playoff game. I need to see him perform in a playoff game. And I was proven right again. I mean, he was absolutely brutal, and the offensive line stunk because of those injuries, and they got crushed by the Patriots. They didn't even score a touchdown in that playoff game. Now I feel like is Justin Herbert actually going to put together a good regular season? Because, again, they've been to the playoffs the last few years, but his numbers, they have gotten worse and worse and worse. He hasn't even sniffed 30 touchdowns in the last 4 years. He's barely getting over 3,500 passing yards now the last couple of years as well. And, Brad, again, I know you're very sky high on one player in this offense. We'll get there in a second. I just don't think the pass catchers are all that great in this offense. I'm sorry, Ladd McConkey, he's not a wide receiver 1 on more than 2/3 of the NFL. Quentin Johnston had a resurgent season last year. Still feel like he's Jag. He's just a guy. And then you look at their other guys in this offense, Trey Harris, Brennan Thompson. I like the tight end, Aronde Gadsden. Had a great breakout rookie season last year. Can he take a big step forward? I just think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors in this Chargers offense this year. I'm not expecting them to be an elite unit. And we disagree because I think the Chiefs are getting back to the playoffs. And I think the Broncos are the second best team in this division. That leaves the Chargers on the outside looking in. So I'll take the plus money and run with it. I don't think they're a playoff team this year, despite the fact that I think Harbaugh is a good coach. And I think that the defense is pretty decent. They lost their hero, though, in Jesse Minter. And I think that's ultimately going to cost them is their defense taking a step back. And I'm sorry, I need to see Justin Herbert finally be the elite quarterback and not just look like it on a couple of social media clips. So we disagree on the Chargers, but there is one player that you are especially super sky high on, and that is who?
Amar Hampton, and I know there's been a soundbite that came out today from Mike McDaniel that a hot hand situation, that's how he described it, could play out this season in the City of Angels with Keaton Mitchell and Kamani Vidal. I don't buy any of that whatsoever. Amar Hampton is going to be far and away the most productive back in this backfield. He's far and away the most talented guy. Keaton Mitchell's going to have a role. And I honestly think you're going to see a lot of two running back formations with, Mitchell going in motion, maybe line up in a slot, occasionally outside, being guy on a wheel route or a streak route with his elite speed, though the smallish frame that can catch passes. I know there's highlight reels that are making the rounds on social media, but that's also against like second and third stringers in practice and in scrimmage games so far here in the month of August. So pump the brakes on all the Keaton Mitchell hype. Amar Hampton's a stud. Look at the yards after contact data. Look at the missed tackle data. Off the charts last season when he was on the field. Look at the eye test. Use the retina in your head. It's very obvious he's the best back. Top 10 offensive line. I'm fully invested in him in round 2 of fantasy drafts, and I've also sprinkled some action on him to lead the NFL. Yes, the NFL in rush yards at 25-1. I'm slowly removing my belt. That's how much I love Amar Hampton.
Yeah, so you're not paying a lick of attention to what Mike McDaniel said today when he literally said, bad news, fantasy owners, and then went on to say he's going to use that hot hand approach. You are taking his vape and you are throwing it out the window, and you're saying, get out of here with your capris and your khakis, because I don't listen to a single word. You are loving Amar Hampton this year, no matter what Mike McDaniel says.
Yeah, because his fingers, they're quite fiery. He is going to win a lot of those hot hand situations. So don't buy in to what McDaniel said today. Hook, line, and sinker. You're a sucker if you are buying. It's going to be a full-blown RBBC.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll finish off this AFC West preview with the Raiders. When do we see Fernando Mendoza? And what does his rookie season look like? How could that not be the biggest question? But also, could the Raiders follow in the footsteps of Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, CJ Stroud and the Texans? Could they surprise everybody? And even if they don't win this division, could they make the playoffs? We'll debate when we come back. Get you some baseball scores as well on a Monday night across the major leagues. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I do still believe Kyler starting in week 1. And I canvassed this morning. I texted a bunch of people in the NFL, media members, and otherwise, people that I'm close with. Who do you think is going to start for Minnesota in week 1? Everyone said Kyler. So I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here. Sky's falling. J.J. McCarthy starting week 1 against the Packers. I still think it's going to be Kyler Murray. And I'll still have some excitement going into the year. And we got preseason games coming up this week. So we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of weeks. I do think it'll be Kyler. But again, the fact that we are here and Kyler has not already been named the starting quarterback, or at least even if Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep the facade of a competition up, the fact that we don't have local and national reporters all saying, yeah, done deal, Kyler's going to be the quarterback. Like, think about what's going on in Cleveland. We'll get to the Browns coming up in a little bit with Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders. Like, you have reporters right now, locally and nationally, saying that Deshaun Watson is the front runner to start in week 1. You have local and national reporters about the Vikings saying J.J. McCarthy outplayed Kyler Murray in this big practice. This is not what you want. If you're a Vikings fan, someone that wants to bet the Vikings. If you're a fantasy football player, you don't want this. You know what you want? You want Kyler to be awesome. That's what gets you to the true potential of this team. If Kyler Murray is awesome. Now, I don't talk to Justin Jefferson. Him and I are not friends. I would imagine that he's not necessarily pleased with this development. The fact that neither of these guys is playing, and again, consider the quote from Judd Zolgad. Neither has shown any consistency or lived up to what you want to see from an NFL quarterback. So this isn't J.J. McCarthy's dusting Kyler Murray and J.J.'s awesome. This is they're both not good, and J.J. at times has been like less bad than Kyler has been. That's what it is. It's brutal. And if Kyler can't get it together, and I would still bet on it happening because I'm a Kyler Murray fan, and I'm a little biased, and I'm honest about that. If Kyler Murray can't get it together, we can be really honest about this. I'm still going to pick the Vikings to the playoffs, assuming Kyler starts week 1. But I have to acknowledge the downside scenario here, right? If Kyler's not good this year, the Vikings are coming in last in this division. Who was better at his height? Again, acknowledging they play different positions. Antonio Brown or Ben Roethlisberger? I'll take Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown
was absolutely a dominant wide receiver whose credentials on the field, as far as his production, to me, he's an easy one. Now,
but he's crazy, obviously. So, what happens with Antonio Brown?
Look, when I was on the committee when Terrell Owens didn't get in right away. And I was like, what are we doing? Now with Terrell Owens, there was some debate. See, the Hall of Fame's very adamant about hey, you do not take into account the off-field stuff, which we know does come into account. Jim Tyrer was on the committee. He murdered his wife and committed suicide. And so I think that's a factor of why he didn't get in my opinion. So I do think those things are in the back of people's mind, but they're not supposed to be. With Terrell Owens, there was some question about whether the off-field stuff actually affected on-field, the way he disrupted Donovan McNabb and all of that. Agree or disagree? That kind of came in. To me, Antonio Brown was just a super dominant player who's easy Hall of Fame credentials, and I'm going to try to explain to the committee that. And I have no idea what the other people are going to think. But to me, the Hall may not like him standing up there, or whoever may not like him standing up there, depending on what he might say. I don't know. What do you think about somebody and how they represent the game? Is that an important thing to you? Or are we just going by the dominance they showed? I don't know how it's going to shake out.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We've been diving deep on the AFC West here this hour as we are just around the corner, baby. We got a bunch of preseason football on Thursday, more on Friday, more this weekend. Cannot wait. Get us to opening night. But also, I want to keep enjoying summer while we still have it. So I don't know. I guess I'm in between a rock and a hard place. I'm in between Scylla and Charybdis, Brad, because I watched The Odyssey and now I can't stop using that reference. 310-8. Scylla wait, hold on. Charybdis was the whirlpool. Scylla was the giant serpent thing, right? I feel like you would know the answer.
The Hydra. Yeah, I think that's correct.
Let's see. Scylla is the man-eating sea monster living on one side of the narrow strait, and the opposite was Charybdis, was that death whirlpool. Odyssey was great. I got more thoughts on it later, but we only have a couple of minutes left here, the two of us together, before we bid you adieu when we get to the solo portion. So let's finish off this AFC West. Let's get to the Raiders. The Raiders. And Brad, I think it's quite easily the biggest question going into this season. When do we see Fernando Mendoza, and what does his rookie season look like? You and I have been debating fiercely, intensely, arguing with one another of when the Raiders should start Fernando Mendoza. And by all intents and purposes, it looks like Kirk Cousins is going to start the year as QB1. I think it's a smart decision. Yep. You say no, get the kid in there already. We saw what he did at Indiana. So I'll ask you, we've debated a couple times. When do you think we see Fernando Mendoza take over the reins as the quarterback of the Raiders?
Oh, dare I say, I think I'm going to give you credit. I think you were correct in your assessment, although it's a layup matchup in week 1 against the Miami Dolphins. I mean, if you're going to unleash Fernando Mendoza, put him in a situation where he could succeed and he could absolutely do it. I think the one-arm man could throw with his offhand, the only good arm, and probably go out there and toss 250 and 2 touchdowns against that Dolphins defense. But I think realistically, it's week 4. At home in Sin City against Kansas City. So I think the first 3 games of the regular season, Kirk Cousins will be under center. And by the way, Pat, did you see the video that made the rounds? I think it was about a week and a half ago. Kirk Cousins is doing a shuttle run, and he looked like me at nearly 50 out there competing against his teammates. My God, is he slow?
I did not see that. You know what I did? You know what I wish I did see? Him fighting with Max Crosby. Apparently they got into it one another, and then Clint Kubiak dismissed him from practice the next day for violating team rules. Kirk Cousins trying to fight Max Crosby. I mean, are you nuts? Look, that's the kind of veteran leadership that Kirk Cousins brings, and I love it. He's obviously standing up for somebody here. So, look, I still think it's going to be at least 4 to 5 games to start the season with Kirk Cousins before they turn things over to Fernando Mendoza. But again, that beginning part of the schedule is the easiest it's going to get. Like, the Raiders could be 2-1 against the Chiefs in week 4. How could you take Cousins off the field unless somehow they're 2-1 because of the defense, which we know their defense is not very good. So in likelihood, it's because Kirk Cousins has once again shown us that he's still got what it takes to compete in this league. So I think it's ultimately what happens is they start out 2-1, maybe 1-2, and then they play the Chiefs and lose, and then they play the Patriots on the road and probably lose. And then it's, okay, take your pick of the litter. Do you want to start Fernando Mendoza against the Buffalo Bills or the LA Rams? Because I think at that point, if you wait until week 8 and they're playing the Jets to give him his first career start, I think that's too late. I think 4 or 5 games is that happy medium place to get Mendoza in and take over, because otherwise, why the hell did you draft him number 1 overall? So, that being said, Brad, favorite team-related play for this season for the Las Vegas Raiders is what?
It's Fernando Mendoza, over 2,300.5 passing yards. So just doing the math in my head, if I think he is going to be under center week 4 against Kansas City, and assuming he starts from that point on the rest of the season, he has to average 164.3 yards per game, passing to exceed 2,300.5 passing yards. I think he's going to do it. I really do. He's incredibly smart. He's an efficient thrower at all levels. He's got a little bit of mobility as well. He's got Brock Bowers, one of the best pass-catching tight ends in the league. Ashton Jeanty is a downright very good safety valve underneath. I love Jalen Naylor as well, so I have fantasy feels for in this offense. So, assuming he is the man under center in week 4 against KC, Mendoza, I feel, is going to hit over 2,300.5 passing yards this year.
Yeah, for me, it is Ashton Jeanty over 7.5 rushing touchdowns. And again, I was one of the first people to think that Jeanty was going to have a rough rookie season because there was not a whole lot of talent around him. But now you bring in Kirk Cousins and then you transition to Fernando Mendoza. Brock Bowers should be healthy. He was dealing with that knee injury for most of last season. And I think that this Raiders offense is going to be more balanced to the point where you will have an effective running game. Jeanty will get at least 8 rushing touchdowns. And at least for this season, he'll look worth a top 6 pick in the NFL draft. All right, Brad, we will bid you adieu, brother. We got a whole lot more football to talk about tomorrow, so I can't wait, my friend.
Football, more football. It's here. See you, my friend.
More football the rest of the show, but coming on back, we'll talk some baseball. My top 5 takeaways from a wild weekend as the races for the divisions are heating up.
I can't put the Commanders over the Eagles in good conscience. There's no way. And you know I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce back year with Sean Mannion now calling the plays and A.J. Brown in Foxborough with the Patriots. I'm definitely picking the Cowboys to be better than the Commanders. You know I've been on Dallas all offseason. And as it stands right now, and this is where we can tie in all the positivity with the Giants, I have never been in my life the most optimistic Giants fan. And you guys know this if you watch or listen to the show. Just listen to the way I talked about the Knicks for the majority of the season. My Knicks. And they went on to win the NBA championship. I was nervous before Game 7 of the Western Conference Final that the Thunder were going to beat the Spurs and then railroad my Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm never going to be a homer on this show. I tell you like it is with the Yankees. I tell you like it is with the Giants. I tell you like it is with the Knicks. I tell you like it is with the New York Rangers. With all that being said, if you made me pick right now, better record this year, Giants or Commanders, I'm going to take the Giants. I'm going to take the Giants. Even if I would admit, if the which they wouldn't do, but if the Commanders called the Giants and offered Jaden Daniels straight up for Jackson Dart, which they wouldn't do, obviously you make that trade in a New York minute, in an absolute heartbeat. So the Commanders have the better quarterback. But I think the rest of what's going on these teams, I think favors the Giants. Significant wrist injury for Cade Mays is expected to miss a, quote, significant portion of the season. Very, 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 very bad news. Mays, an excellent center, and they really need him or a steady hands in the interior when you consider the two guards in Detroit are high upside players, but also potentially low downside players as well, in Christian Mahogany and in Tate Ratledge. Now, we think Penei Sewell, who was obviously a top 10 pick, but the first pick of the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell regime, Penei Sewell, who goes to left tackle now with Taylor Decker no longer on the Lions, the guess is that Penei Sewell's going to be good enough to just go and be awesome at left tackle. That you don't have a lot of concerns about that. You know, the Lions are going to be starting a rookie, Blake Miller, at right tackle. Maybe he's awesome, maybe he's not. And if the interior of the line is going to be shaky, consider how this team is built, the Lions. I think their defense is going to be terrible this year. The secondary is hot garbage, and I like Jack Campbell's a good linebacker. Aiden Hutchinson's a stud, right? Pass rusher. Brian Branch will be back at some point, but he obviously got hurt late last season. How are the Lions rushing the passer this year? But the Detroit Tigers, you know, the team that sold at the deadline in incredible fashion, that traded Tarek Skubal, the reigning two-time defending Cy Young Award winner, to the Los Angeles Dodgers, traded Casey Mize to the San Diego Padres. Those Detroit Tigers, who look like they were waving the white flag, acknowledging We don't have it this year, even in a bad American League. Selling at the deadline. Those Detroit Tigers currently 1 game out of a playoff spot in the American League. 1 game out of the 3rd wild card spot behind the Texas Rangers. Incredible.
The hottest takes and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
A little bit of rebranding here as we are getting set for football season. Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means just like every night, every Monday through Friday, for the final 2 hours until 11 p.m. Eastern, we've got you covered. Solo action here. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Yes, the name of the show is BetMGM Tonight, but we are renaming these final 2 hours BetMGM Tonight After Dark. It's a 5-hour show. Me and Brad are together for the first 3 hours. I'm with you solo for the final 2 hours. And the takes get hotter. The coverage gets deeper. And hopefully, the phone calls get more abundant as well. I want to hear from you. I love hearing from the callers. I love hearing from the texters. Can't really hear from you on the text lines, but I can read your texts. Either way, we want you to interact with the show. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you got plenty of ways you can listen to the program. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Been a great show so far. Brad and I were both on vacation last week, the last little bit of vacation for the rest of the summer. So, I mean, honestly, I think I've got 4 days that I'll be taking off from now until Christmas week. So I cannot wait. I'm going to be with you almost every single night, all 5 hours from now until the holidays. And I'm going to be giving you some of the most hardcore hitting takes in all of sports. We're going to give you the top storylines from all across sports. We're going to have great big guests, and I want to hear from you. Cannot wait. So let's get it rolling here on this Monday here, August 10th. Big weekend that was in baseball as the division races in a lot of these divisions get tighter and tighter. Some of these award races, the NL MVP gets juicier and juicier. So it was a great weekend in baseball with a lot of critical playoff implicating series. So I figured, why not give you my top 5 takeaways from the weekend in baseball? And we'll start from number 5 and work my way up to number 1. Number 5, the Yankees continue to win despite their best players being on the shelf. But these next 2 weeks will determine whether or not the Yankees are able to catch the Tampa Bay Rays for the AL East and what could be the number 1 seed in the American League. The Rays are 71-46. It's the best record in the AL. They're the only team that has more than 67 wins in the American League. But the Yankees, they are the second best team in the American League in terms of record. But they're 5.5 games back. And right now, the Rays, they are once again on a heater. They've won 6 in a row. They've won 8 out of their last 10. And if the Yankees are going to be able to catch them, they're going to need their best players back soon. Because right now, as it has been for weeks, Aaron Judge, that stress fracture in his top right rib. He's been out for over 2 months. And it's looking more and more like Aaron Judge might not be back until the first week of September. The Yankees, they do not want to give out a timeline on it, but Judge has not started a rehab program yet. He's only started some light baseball activities. So the Yankees are still missing arguably the most impactful player in all of baseball outside of Shohei Ohtani and maybe PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. We'll get to that in just a bit. So Judge has been out. Carlos Rodon has been out since the beginning of July with elbow inflammation. But he is a couple of rehab starts in, and he could return to the rotation here in the next week or two. Clark Schmidt, who is a solid piece in their starting rotation. At this point, he's probably their number 5 starter when he comes back. He's still recovering from Tommy John. He has not made his season debut yet, but he has begun to ramp back up after he hit a snag in his rehab process. So Clark Schmidt is looking like, again, he might be about a week or two, maybe probably 2 weeks away from returning. So 2 starting pitchers in Rodon and Clark Schmidt, the best player on the team in Aaron Judge. Cody Bellinger still a couple of weeks away from a grade 2 hamstring strain, but again, starting to resume some baseball activities. And then there's Giancarlo Stanton, who went on the 10-day IL with a calf strain in April, and yet it is the beginning of August, and Stanton has not even started a rehab stint. And I got to laugh, honestly, at some of the quotes when it comes to like Aaron Boone talking about Giancarlo Stanton. Like, yeah, he's starting to get outdoors and move around, like as if he's like a sedentary 90-year-old that is like on the verge of death. Some of the phrases from Aaron Boone, man, I just got to laugh at. The point is, the Yankees are just they're on the cusp. They're on the cusp of getting their big best players back. It might be another 2 weeks, especially with Aaron Judge. Who knows? It might be a month. But the fact that the Yankees have still managed to win baseball games, they went into the second half at 54-42. They were 12 games over. They're 14 games over 500. They didn't really experience that full June swoon that the Yankees normally go through. They had a dip, don't get me wrong. But the fact that, and look, and I did a post-game series for the Yankees earlier this year. I did about 10 post-game shows for the Yankees radio network last year. And some of the lineups that they have rolled out here in the second half, I mean, they're tough. They're tough to look at. They're tough to watch. But the pitching they are getting from Cam Schlittler, who is still my pick for the AL Cy Young Award, who just shoved yesterday, despite the fact that they lost in extra innings to the Braves, and it feels like the Yankees lose every single extra inning game. I know they won one on Friday. But Schlittler, 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, 1 earned run. The pitching that they're getting from Max Fried, who was also injured for over a month earlier this season, and the pitching that they're getting from Garrett Cole. I mean, manager for the Braves, Walt Weiss, said it himself. He goes, I feel like we ran into 3 aces. Yeah, I mean, Garrett Cole, who had a bit of a rocky start to his season, now over the last, 7 starts, hasn't given up more than 3 earned runs. And in the last 3 starts, he's only given up 3 earned runs in 18 innings. I mean, he's been lights out. He's looking like prime Garrett Cole right now. So the fact that the Yankees are staying afloat, they're staying within striking distance of the Rays. I mean, it's going to take a disaster of a last month and a half for them to miss the playoffs. I don't see any world in which that happens. But it's, can the Yankees get the AL East? Can they win the division? Can they get themselves that first round bye in the postseason where they could be as fully rested and healthy as you could possibly be? That's the goal. But, I mean, they have been banged up for most of this season, and yet they still look like one of the best teams in baseball. They've got the 6th best record in all of Major League Baseball. So, as much criticism as gets levied on Aaron Boone every single year, I mean, he's done some of his best work as a manager this year, considering 4 of their best 6 players on the roster have missed more than half the season. They'll be dangerous. They'll be real dangerous come October. All right, number 4, fourth biggest takeaway from the weekend in baseball. Both the AL Central and the AL West are as tight and also as mediocre as ever. Now, let's start in the AL Central, where there is one team above 500. And that's been the surprise story of the entire baseball season. And I'm not going to, kudos to the Chicago White Sox, because they're 61-56. They've got a positive run differential, plus 37. And they're still in first place in this division. And the fact that they are still here at this stage is a massive, massive credit to the team that they've put together. It's a massive credit to their manager, Will Venable. And, this past weekend, they were looking like they were about to hit the skids. Like they were finally about to come back down to earth. The White Sox, they get swept by the Red Sox middle of last week, and then they get crushed in the series opener against the Guardians at home on Friday. How do they respond? A couple of resounding victories on both Saturday and Sunday to make sure that they stay more than 3 games ahead in the division in the AL Central. And how would you not pick the White Sox at this point to win the division? I know what we saw last year. What was it, 15-game lead blown by the Tigers to the Guardians, and then they ultimately knock them out of the playoffs anyway. But still, nothing is safe. Nothing is safe in this division. That being said, the White Sox, they've pretty clearly been the best team in this division all season long. And I know, Munetaka Murakami hasn't been all that good since coming back from the hamstring strain. Some of their best players, Colson Montgomery, hitting under 200 in August. Miguel Vargas hitting under 200 in August. Arguably, their 3 best hitters haven't been able to hit their way out of a paper bag here in the month of August. And I know it's only been 9-10 days, but still. It's the fact that the pitching staff has once again really, really carried them. And they're a solid team. And we've been kind of asking ourselves all season long, when are the White Sox going to play like the team that we've seen over the last 2-3 seasons? And yet, they continue to get quality starting performances from Anthony Kay. And this bullpen, they don't blow a whole lot of leads. So, the White Sox are 61-56. And then the Tigers, Twins, and Guardians, all 3.5 or 4 games back in that AL Central. And so, look, you got one team above 500. That one team has been the surprise story of the season in baseball. But, the rest of this division is mediocre. But it should be a pretty good race out of the Tigers, who traded away Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. And yet they've got the best run differential in the entire division. They got a great young lineup that has underperformed. Honestly, the Tigers pitching staff has been one of the best in all of baseball. And they traded away Skubal. So I can't imagine without Skubal that they're going to hang. I feel like if it's anybody, it's going to be the Guardians that are going to push the White Sox. But they had a golden opportunity. After winning on Friday night, they let it slip right through their hands. And then in the AL West, I buried this team in April. And my God, you look back at April and how the division standings looked. And even into the first week of May, where the Astros looked like one of the worst teams in baseball. The Red Sox looked like one of the worst teams in baseball. The Phillies looked like one of the worst teams in baseball. And yet here we are in August, on August 10th. And the Astros are in first place. And the Red Sox are 11 games over 500. And the Phillies are 7 games over 500. And it's like, how? How did this happen? But that's the story with the Houston Astros, led by Yordan Alvarez, who I told you was going to win not only the AL MVP, but he was going to win the Triple Crown. And as it stands right now, Yordan Alvarez is a massive, nearly minus 1,000 odds favorite to win the AL MVP. And right now, he leads the American League in batting average. He leads the American League in home runs. He leads the American League in RBIs. He's in position to win the Triple Crown. He's going to win the AL MVP. And the Houston Astros have a half a game lead over the Texas Rangers for the AL West. But they're both mediocre. Nobody in that division has a positive run differential. The Astros are a game over 500. The Rangers are 500. The Mariners, who I guess just because of their pitching staff and because of the talent on paper, I guess you still give them a remote chance to salvage their season here, over the final 40 games. They're 4 games back. But, I mean, the Astros, they were dead and buried at the end of April. I mean, we were talking about they were going to fire their manager. And they lose Carlos Correa for the season. And yet, Yordan Alvarez has completely carried them. And this pitching staff, since the All-Star break, it's been sensational. It's been outstanding. Peter Lambert has been a godsend for this team. Has been brilliant. Hunter Brown finally starting to pitch like, the ace that he should be on this team. And their bullpen. Their bullpen looks pretty damn good. And Josh Hader, once again, looks like one of the best closers in baseball. So I picked the Rangers to win this division before the season started. And it's still anybody's. I mean, that's a half a game. It's a half a game. It's just these dramatic swings that these teams go on. Where the Rangers, they win 4 out of 5. Then they lose 6 in a row. Then they win 4 in a row. I mean, you can't get a read on any of these teams. Can't get a read on any of these teams. So that's my 4th biggest takeaway. All right, number 3 from this past weekend. Red Sox have their 9-game winning streak snapped, but they're still one of baseball's hottest teams. And the biggest news out of the last couple of days out of Boston is that their ace and the reigning runner-up for the AL Cy Young Award last season, Garrett Crochet, could come out of the bullpen once he returns from his long-standing injury that has cost him most of this season. That one blew my nips off. I'm going to be honest with you. And again, the Red Sox, another team, I buried them in April. They fire Alex Cora. They're god-awful. And then the second half, they just haven't lost. They just don't lose. They were 46-48 going into the All-Star break. Since then, 18-5. And most 18-3 up until Saturday. Riding once again another 9-game winning streak. They had, a 13-game winning streak coming out of the All-Star break. And going into the second half, which got snapped in that doubleheader a month ago by the Orioles. The 64-53. Again, Garrett Crochet has barely even pitched. Barely even pitched. And yet, Sonny Gray, aging like fine wine. Peyton Toll, solid 6 innings every time he steps on the mound. Ranger Suarez, solid 6 innings every time he steps on the mound. Connolly Early, solid 6 innings every time he steps on the mound. It's been a career year for Wilson Contreras. Cedon Rafaela looks like an all-star. Wilyer Abreu's hitting the cover off the ball. I mean, they just find ways. They find ways to win a baseball game almost every single night. And look, I mean, they've blown teams out a couple of times. They swept the Dodgers 2 weeks ago, where they dominated them 2 out of the 3 games. But even, they have to win a 13-inning game against the White Sox. They're capable of doing it. So they are playing the Toronto Blue Jays right now, who have been probably the biggest disappointment in all of baseball this year. And the Red Sox are losing 2-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Couldn't hit Jamison Tyone. And then the Blue Jays went to Simeon Woods Richardson out of the bullpen, and the Red Sox have not been able to score a run, despite Sonny Gray pitching a pretty damn good game. Don't be surprised the Red Sox come back and win this game. That's all I'm going to say. And even if they lose this game, they lose 3 in a row, like, they're still one of the hottest teams in baseball. It's mind-blowing to me. And then the news that Garrett Crochet is open to late season relief role if the Red Sox need it, and is open to coming out of the bullpen if the team makes the playoffs. That one was astounding to me. But Crochet said last Wednesday, quote, "There's no ego about it. It's something I've done before." And I mean, he's not kidding. Remember, he was a reliever for his first 3 seasons in baseball with the White Sox, and then they transitioned him to a starter, and that's when he became dominant. And then he got traded to the Red Sox in 2024. Finished second in the AL Cy Young Award last year. So Crochet said, quote, "It's something I've done before. Like I was saying, any way possible I can help this team achieve the goal we set out in spring training, the goal that every team sets out to achieve. If I could help us achieve it, I don't really care what the role is." So again, he's got that shoulder and lat injury that has kept him out since late April. And this would essentially be a spring training-esque ramp up where it would take multiple weeks for him to get to, where you'd want him to be, 90 to 100 pitches, 6-7 innings, basically as if, he was in the middle of his season. Or if he was like in late April, early May. And it's August 10th. There's still not a definitive timetable on when Garrett Crochet is coming back. He began a throwing program in Boston last week. Still has not made any rehab starts. So I would say we're comfortably, bare minimum, 2, if not 3 weeks away from him coming back. And that's, again, coming back to the big leagues. And that's if he gets 2-3 rehab starts under his belt where he's throwing 40, 50, 60 pitches. So even if he comes back for the first week of September, like that first big league game, he's probably going to be held to a 60 to 70 pitch count. And this is all being very optimistic, by the way. Like maybe by the very end of the season, he's ramped up to a full load. Pause. You get what I'm saying? Maybe by the last week of the season, he's ramped up to where it's like, all right, Garrett Crochet is game 1 starter of the wild card series or the division series. So the fact that you might, and again, this rotation's been great. That's been the biggest surprise of these last few months. It's the fact that Sonny Gray and Ranger Suarez have been incredible. I'm not going to say they don't need Garrett Crochet, but they've been one of the best teams in baseball in the last 2 months without him. So do they just keep things rolling? Do they keep a playoff rotation of maybe Sonny Gray, Ranger Suarez, Connolly early? And then they go to Garrett Crochet as the first guy out of the pen, every other game in the postseason? Like, is that what, just visualize in October what you could be looking at? The same way that the Dodgers used Roki Sasaki, more so as a closer, but also like he was their slam the door shut guy in October last year. If the Red Sox are able to make the postseason, do we see Garrett Crochet out of the bullpen rather than as a starter? Almost impossible to think about it happening, but it's on the table, according to him and according to the Red Sox. All right, number 2. The Dodgers finally snapped their 7-game losing skid, and Shohei Ohtani is starting to ramp up towards pitching, which to me is a signal that he's going to win the MVP again. We heavily debated, Brad and I, Pete Carl Armstrong versus Shohei Ohtani, who's going to win the NL MVP. PCA is a slight favorite. Get to that in just a second. But Ohtani's numbers at the plate are still pretty damn good. They're not Hall of Fame Shohei Ohtani like we've seen in the last several years here. And the power seems like it's not there. And that's because of this continued knee inflammation that's been bothering him for multiple weeks, if not multiple months now. Hasn't pitched since July 3rd. And the Dodgers have finally started to suffer because of it. For a while, it was, the Dodgers are just going to keep winning games anyway. It doesn't matter. And that was true up until about 2 weeks ago. Now, all of a sudden, the Dodgers they've lost 8 out of their last 10. And they've lost 10 out of their last 13, including a miserable 7-game losing streak. Swept by the Red Sox, swept by the Cubs, and they lose 2 out of 3 to the Diamondbacks. But they did finally snap that losing streak on Saturday, winning in extra innings. And Edwin Diaz, their closer, he's been back for just over a week. Remember, he got injured in the first 3 weeks of the season, and he was out until July 29th. So they got him back in the bullpen. They're getting Tyler Glasnow back. They're getting Blake Snell back. I believe Blake Snell got activated today off the 60-day IL. He's going to pitch tomorrow. Oh, no, yeah, they traded for Tarek Skubal. How could we forget? Who is starting tonight. So now all of a sudden, this rotation, it's going to be Skubal, Snell, Yamamoto, Glasnow, and then take your pick out of Lauer, Sasaki, or Robleski. You got 3 choices for your number 5, and that's if Ohtani doesn't make a start again during the regular season. And if Shohei does, you're looking at a starting rotation possibly heading into October. Tarek Skubal, Shohei Ohtani, Yoshi Yamamoto, and that's probably disrespectful to put Yamamoto in the 3 slot, but you get my drift. Skubal, Ohtani, Yamamoto, Snell, Glasnow. I mean, my goodness. You better get your kicks in and enjoy the hate watch right now while you can of the Dodgers losing and that 7-game losing streak, because it ain't going to last long. They're starting a 3-game series at home tonight with the Royals. Skubal on the mound. They're probably going to dominate. But then we'll get a real good test when they play the best team in baseball, the Brewers, later this week. But after that, I mean, they got a real soft stretch of their schedule. Throughout the final month, I mean, they play what? One team with a winning record in the month of September? One? They play one team, if my math is correct, with a winning record in the month of September. That's a joke. And that's going to give Shohei Ohtani all the time he needs to get ready for the postseason on the mound. He's still putting up great numbers at the plate. He went through a bit of a slump earlier this month. But I think a sign that his knee is starting to feel good is the fact that he's hitting the cover off the ball again here the last couple of weeks. And he has begun a throwing program. He played catch over the weekend. I don't think it's long before we see Shohei Ohtani pitch on the mound again. And it could be, we had the same conversation just now about Garrett Crochet. Maybe it's Ohtani coming out of the pen in October. What? I mean, why the hell not? But also, I just feel like the guy is superhuman. And I feel like we're going to see Shohei Ohtani making a start for the Dodgers by September 1st. And if he makes 5 starts in the month of September, and he's pitching every 5 days or every 6 days, he's dominant. He's going to be awesome. And that'll probably push him over the top to win the MVP. But could PCA make me eat my words? Because my number one takeaway for the weekend in baseball has a little something to do with a guy who they call MVP and the Chicago Cubs. We'll get to that when we return, plus your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. We got some football calls that we'll get to as well. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
An all-time great who had to wait too long to get into the Hall of Fame, despite Roger Craig being Thurman Thomas before Thurman Thomas, being Marshall Faulk before Marshall Faulk, LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson, the first ever player in the history of the league to go for 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving, who supercharged the Niners dynasty in the 80s. We have him revealing a dementia diagnosis, which is obviously no laughing matter, and send the best to Roger Craig and his family. And then we have Adam Vinatieri doing open mic night, pretending that he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's Jerry Seinfeld. Give me a break here. But whatever. You know what? Adam Vinatieri wants to do comedy. He's earned the right. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He can do that. And you know, you want to take shots at Peyton Manning about his forehead. It's not really a shot. It's more of like a tongue-in-cheek. They're friends. Make a comment about Pat McAfee. They're clearly friends. Fine. And yes, he did say Bill's the greatest coach ever. But my problem is this. And this pisses me off because I feel like I'm in the minority of this. I feel like you, the person watching or listening right now, you are going to be on the other side of this. And that most people, sports fans or not, and this is a function of kind of this story becoming a crossover story that everybody's got an opinion on, and most people know about it, I think most people will disagree with me on this. And I think that is a sports sin. Not a real life sin. This is not a life or death matter. But as far as sports goes, this is a sin. You want to make your jokes about Bill Belichick? I did last week. Remember, I talked about North Carolina football on the show last week. And what I said is, the saddest thing about all the sad things, the CVS receipt of things that have gone wrong with North Carolina since Bill Belichick took over, the number one thing, the most offensive thing that's happened, the worst thing that's happened is that they have become irrelevant. And that people don't care about North Carolina football with Bill Belichick as the coach. So I'm on record blasting Belichick for what's happened at North Carolina. And he wants to take the shot at North Carolina, great. And I also said last week, as the father of a girl, I'm a girl dad, I think he's a creep. I do think that. I think he's a creep. And if I found out, now my daughter's 2, but if I found out that my 20-plus-year-old daughter wanted to bring home a 70-year-old man, I would want to knock his teeth down his throat. That's me. You can disagree, but I guarantee you, any father listening to this or watching this right now to a girl will agree with me. Creep. But at some point, there needs to be a modicum of respect for this man and what he accomplished as a coach and as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Because it's like open season now to tee off on Bill Belichick, who somehow, inexplicably, and Mike Sando is going to join us to start next hour. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about this and more, including potential names on next year's ballot: Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, etc. Bill Belichick didn't make the Hall of Fame, which is ludicrous beyond words, right? You can hate him. You can think he's a creep. I do. You can think that he's sullied his reputation since leaving the New England Patriots. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But you have to acknowledge he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only is he the greatest coach in the history of the National Football League, he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the National Football League. And it's just become in vogue for everybody to bash this guy like he's some curtain-jerking jabroni slappy. And it's not right. You can think he's done a poor job at Carolina. You cannot like his choice in women and age. You cannot like that. But the fact that this guy, Bill Belichick, is such a punchline in Canton, Ohio, where if you took, let's say that there are more, but let's just say there were 100 head coaches in the history of the NFL. Obviously, there are more. Let's say there are 100, and Bill Belichick's one of the 100. Out of the 100, he is the one that almost certainly respects Canton, Ohio, and that building and that place and what it symbolizes more than the other 99. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's covered him. Someone who appreciates and knows and understands and respects the history of the game. Staked a claim to be the greatest ever. And everyone's going to make their jokes in that fabled place. Just run this guy through. Well, it's okay. He's the greatest coach ever, but I'm going to take my shots at him. Can there be some respect?
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sport. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Giving you my top 5 takeaways from the weekend in baseball. Division races tightening, a couple of big losing streaks snapped, a couple of big winning streaks snapped, and the NL MVP race might come down to the final week of the season. And so I left you off with a cliffhanger, a nice little radio tease from my number 1 takeaway from the weekend in baseball. And that is this. Pete Crow Armstrong is now the betting favorite with our friends at BetMGM, and I think basically everywhere. He is now the betting favorite for the National League MVP. And in terms of the Chicago Cubs as a whole, the Brewers keep winning, so the Cubbies have not had the chance to catch the Brewers just yet, but they will have every chance to catch them in the NL Central very, very soon. Let's start right there really quickly with just the team as a whole. The Cubs are 69-50. Their offense has been one of the best, if not the best, in all of baseball. I mean, they've got the most runs scored in all of baseball. So, yeah, I'd say they're the number one offense in all of baseball, despite the fact that there's been a lot of days where the wind has been blowing out this year in the friendly confines. But more importantly and more incredibly, they've done it despite a slew of injuries to the pitching staff. I mean, all season, starters, bullpen, doesn't matter. They've had to battle injuries, and they've had to throw guys out there on the mound that normally wouldn't be on a big league mound or wouldn't be on the mound for a team that is 19 games above 500. But the offense continues to carry them, and Pete Crow Armstrong continues to carry them. The Cubbies are 69-50, and again, they are still 5.5 games back of the Milwaukee Brewers in the NL Central. Brewers have the best record in all of baseball. They're 74-44. They've got the best run differential in all of baseball. The Cubbies have the fourth best. Well, for those of you thinking, well, the Brewers are going to run away with the division, it doesn't matter, they're going to win it, Cubs can't catch them. Not so fast, my friend. We're still a couple of weeks away, but you've got two titanic showdowns between the Cubs and the Brewers coming in the first week of September, when they'll play each other in a 4-game set at Wrigley, Monday, August 31st to Thursday, September 3rd. And then they'll play each other one final time this season in Milwaukee, not even a week later, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, September 7th through the 9th in Milwaukee. So they'll play each other 7 times in the span of 10 days. And if the Cubs can just stay within striking distance, if they can stay within 4 or 5 games of the Brewers in the last day of August, they'll have 7 opportunities to catch him. And they'll have a starting pitching rotation that is getting more and more healthy. But as it pertains to PCA, how has he overtaken Shohei Ohtani for the NL MVP? Well, it's not just because Ohtani hasn't pitched since July 3rd. It's not because Ohtani is not putting up Hall of Fame, eye-popping, gargantuan offensive numbers like he normally does. I mean, his numbers are still pretty damn good. They're identical almost to Pete Crow Armstrong. Ohtani's hitting .291 with an OPS of .937. That OPS is second best in all of baseball. Pete Crow Armstrong's hitting .286 with an OPS of .931. That's third best in all of baseball. And they have an identical number of home runs and RBIs. Both of the guys have hit 26 bombs, and they both have 71 RBIs. But why PCA has now become the betting favorite for NL MVP, in addition to the Ohtani deficiencies, if you will, is the fact that he's already got 30 stolen bags on the year, and 35 a year ago. Very well could get 40 this season. And he's going to be in the 30-30 club. Could be in the 35-35 club. It's possible he hits 35 home runs. There's still 42 games left to play. But it's because he's got the 30 swiped bags. But more importantly, I think it's old news at this point that Pete Crow Armstrong is the best center fielder in the game. He's going to win the Gold Glove this year. And I know that these past couple of days in Kansas City, he was DHing a couple of times, but he's the best defensive center fielder in the game. He's been one of the best hitters in the game this year. He plays every single game. He's a 5-tool player. And despite the fact that his team's starting rotation and their pitching staff has been decimated by injuries, he's carried them. And they're 19 games above 500. And they have a chance. They have a chance to be the number 1 seed in the National League. They're going to have to probably win 5 of those 7 games at minimum against the Brewers, but they have a chance. And so Pete Crow Armstrong I mean, look, they look, and the game against Ohtani last week, game against the Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani hits 2 home runs. PCA can't top that. Ohtani's outplayed him. And the Dodgers, they probably won that series, right? Nope. Pete Crow Armstrong in that same game in that series finale last week. 2 home runs. 10 total bases. He had a double as well. 5 RBIs. And just sensational. And the Cubs sweep the Dodgers. So all those things combined, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that at this current moment, he's not even bigger of a favorite. But I still feel like Shohei Ohtani is going to win the NL MVP because I feel like Ohtani is going to step on the mound and make a couple of starts before the season ends. And I wouldn't count out an insane tear at the plate from Shohei Ohtani in the final couple weeks of the season. But the number one takeaway from the weekend in baseball is Pete Crow Armstrong at 24 years old, MVP, as I know my producer Brandon Combs has been calling him all year long. He's the favorite now to win the NL MVP. And the Cubs still have a chance to win the NL Central, which I know they had a couple of massive winning streaks. They also had a 10-game losing streak earlier this season with all the injuries to the pitching staff. I'm surprised that they are as good as they've been this year. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to some of your texts when we return. We'll get you a baseball scoreboard update. Some teams have the day off. There's still 10 games on this Monday Major League Baseball slate, so we'll get you caught up on the scores that are happening. But also we'll talk some football because over the weekend, yes, there's training camp and there's practices going on, and we had the Hall of Fame inductions. But man, that new stadium in Buffalo probably caused and created the biggest storyline of all this past weekend. I'll explain why when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
I do still believe Kyler starting in week 1. And I canvassed this morning. I texted a bunch of people in the NFL, media members, and otherwise, people that I'm close with. Who do you think's going to start for Minnesota in week 1? Everyone said Kyler. So I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here. Sky's falling. J.J. McCarthy starting week 1 against the Packers. I still think it's going to be Kyler Murray. And I'll still have some excitement going into the year. And we got preseason games coming up this week. So we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of weeks. I do think it'll be Kyler. But again, the fact that we are here and Kyler has not already been named the starting quarterback, or at least even if Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep the facade of a competition up, the fact that we don't have local and national reporters all saying, yeah, done deal, Kyler's going to be the quarterback. Like, think about what's going on in Cleveland. We'll get to the Browns coming up in a little bit with Deshaun Watson and Shadur Sanders. Like, you have reporters right now, locally and nationally, saying that Deshaun Watson is the front runner to start in week 1. You have local and national reporters about the Vikings saying J.J. McCarthy outplayed Kyler Murray in this big practice. This is not what you want. If you're a Vikings fan, someone that wants to bet the Vikings, if you're a fantasy football player, you don't want this. You know what you want? You want Kyler to be awesome. That's what gets you to the true potential of this team. If Kyler Murray is awesome. Now, I don't talk to Justin Jefferson. Him and I are not friends. I would imagine that he's not necessarily pleased with this development. The fact that neither of these guys is playing, and again, consider the quote from Judd Zolgad, neither has shown any consistency or lived up to what you want to see from an NFL quarterback. So this isn't J.J. McCarthy's dusting Kyler Murray and J.J.'s awesome. This is, they're both not good, and J.J. at times has been, like, less bad than Kyler has been. That's what it is. It's brutal. And if Kyler can't get it together, and I would still bet on it happening, because I'm a Kyler Murray fan, and I'm a little biased, and I'm honest about that. If Kyler Murray can't get it together, we can be really honest about this. I'm still going to pick the Vikings to the playoffs, assuming Kyler starts week 1. But I have to acknowledge the downside scenario here, right? If Kyler's not good this year, the Vikings are coming in last in this division. Who was better at his height? Again, acknowledging they play different positions. Antonio Brown or Ben Roethlisberger? I'll take Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown
was absolutely a dominant wide receiver whose credentials on the field, as far as his production, to me, he's an easy one. Now,
but he's crazy, obviously. So, what happens with Antonio Brown?
Look, when I was on the committee when Terrell Owens didn't get in right away. And I was like, what are we doing? Now with Terrell Owens, there was some debate. See, the Hall of Fame is very adamant about hey, you do not take into account the off-field stuff, which we know does come into account. Jim Tyrer was on the committee. He murdered his wife and committed suicide. And so I think that's a factor of why he didn't get in my opinion. So I do think those things are in the back of people's mind, but they're not supposed to be. With Terrell Owens, there was some question about whether the off-field stuff actually affected on-field, the way he disrupted Donovan McNabb and all of that. Agree or disagree? That kind of came in. To me, Antonio Brown was just a super dominant player who's easy Hall of Fame credentials, and I'm going to try to explain to the committee that. And I have no idea what the other people are going to think. But to me, the Hall may not like him standing up there, or whoever may not like him standing up there, depending on what he might say. I don't know. What do you think about somebody and how they represent the game? Is that an important thing to you? Or are we just going by the dominance they showed? I don't know how it's going to shake out.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Let's get you a couple of baseball scores here before I get to what happened this weekend in Buffalo that's got Bills Mafia fans going nuts. But first, gave you a quick update before on the Red Sox. Again, they had their 9-game winning streak snapped over the weekend, lost 2 in a row to the A's, and now in danger of losing 3 in a row as they're trailing the Blue Jays. It was 2-0. I said, don't be surprised the Red Sox come back and win this game. And it's now 2-1. They scored on a wacky double play that Cedon Rafaela got himself into to get a first run on the board. So it's 2-1, bottom of the 8th. Blue Jays will try to hold on and get the final 3 outs against the Red Sox. So that's where we're at in that game. The New York Mets, maybe if they didn't wait till August to actually wake up and play some good baseball, maybe they would still have a season to play for. And the Mets have actually won 5 of their last 6 games, a couple of those in dominant fashion. They smoked the Pirates yesterday 11-1, and they were smoking the Braves 5-0 out of the gate. Brett Beatty hit a grand slam, but little by little, the Braves have chipped away. It's now 7-5 heading into the 8th inning in the ATL. Drake Baldwin, an RBI single. Ronald Acuna, RBI single. Michael Harris scored on a wild pitch. So the Mets have actually they've owned the Braves this year. They've won 6 out of the 10 meetings, and they still lead right now 7-5. So the NL East, Braves still have a huge lead on the Phillies. I think it's 8.5 games coming into today, but the Mets, their season's dead, but no, they're still finding a way to string some wins together here. So they lead the Braves 7-5. Phillies lead the Cardinals 4-2. That game's got playoff implications for both teams. St. Louis still hanging around a little bit in that National League wild card race. They're 3.5 games back of the Phillies. So obviously a huge, critical 3-game set starting this week in St. Louis. And they're going to play each other again for 3 more games in a week and a half from now. The Phillies lead it 4-2. You had a Kyle Schwarber RBI double that put the Phillies up 4-2 earlier this inning. And they've got first and second right now with 1 out, and Bryce Harper's at the plate. So a chance for the Phillies to break it open, get some breathing room in that wild card race, and keep some pressure up on the Braves. And then you got a bunch of games that just got started here. Angels and the Rangers, Rays and the A's. And then you still got later to come tonight, Royals and the Dodgers. It is the home debut for Tarek Skubal as a Los Angeles Dodger. Again, they had a brutal 7-game losing streak that they were finally able to snap over the weekend against the Diamondbacks, but then still ended up losing the rubber game yesterday. So the Dodgers return home after a lengthy road trip, and they are slumping. Ohtani leading off at the top of the order and DHing, and we'll see if Skubal can help kickstart them to what should be a resounding win and a resounding series win, if not a sweep against the lowly Royals. 310-840-4910. So over the weekend, again, Brad and I detailed all the wide receiver injuries, the Laramie Tunsil injury, and the biggest NFL training camp news and notes. But I think, in my opinion, the biggest story of the weekend was the Buffalo Bills hosting over 50,000 fans for the return of the blue and red training camp practice at their brand new Highmark Stadium, a $2.1 billion stadium. And while there was some cool stuff, they have a giant memorial folding table, it's like 10 feet tall, and it's like getting, it's in the process of getting smashed in half. Shout out Bills Mafia, putting each other through tables, the sickos that they are. We love them. So that's like a monument within the stadium. There was some cool stuff. I saw some pictures in social media, bigger concourses, and obviously this year with the roof, not a roof, but the top of the stadium that has some retraction, at least, if you will. Hopefully the fans don't have to go out and shovel out the entire stadium anytime you get some blizzards in Buffalo. It's got like heated panels within the structure of the stadium that should melt the snow. So a lot of good things, but some really bad things. And if you're watching the show live on YouTube, we're going to show you some of these pictures that gained a lot of traction on social media. A lot of pictures fans posting where their sight lines are quite visibly obstructed by either structures of the stadium or by the railings and the stairs leading up to particular sections. I mean, the one you're watching, if you're watching live on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch right now, that is terrible. You have a big glass railing with the stairs that basically blocks the entire red zone view. It's terrible. Absolutely. There was a lot of Bills fans completely irate. Some, and I was digging deep. Some of these posts, these fans were saying, well, we're season ticket holders, or we're, PSL owners, personal seat license owners. And we were promised on a sort of PowerPoint presentation that was emailed to, PSL owners and season ticket holders, that their views would not be obstructed. And the renderings of what the field looks like from their seats, it painted a much different picture from when they got there in person on Saturday night for the first public event at Highmark Stadium, and their seats and their views were quite absolutely obstructed. We actually got an update to this story, though, about 2 hours ago. Alana Getzenberg, who covers the team for ESPN, I read an article that the Buffalo Bills have actually responded to this frustration from these fans. And the Bills said in a statement, quote, "Thank you to Bills Mafia for setting a new attendance record of more than 50,000 fans at the return of the blue and red. Saturday's practice was a great opportunity to test the new stadium. We are currently addressing internal and external feedback regarding the facility's operation following the first event. We'll utilize the next 6 weeks to refine any details as we prepare for the home opener on Thursday, September 17th. How are you going to refine any details? You're going to remove these railings and stairs? This seems like this is a massive mess up by whoever designed this stadium. Hot or Cold's coming up next on BetMGM.
I can't put the Commanders over the Eagles in good conscience. There's no way. And you know I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce back year with Sean Mannion now calling the plays and A.J. Brown in Foxborough with the Patriots. I'm definitely picking the Cowboys to be better than the Commanders. You know I've been on Dallas all offseason. And as it stands right now, and this is where we can tie in all the positivity with the Giants, I have never been in my life the most optimistic Giants fan. And you guys know this if you watch or listen to the show. Just listen to the way I talked about the Knicks for the majority of the season. My Knicks. And they went on to win the NBA championship. I was nervous before Game 7 of the Western Conference Final that the Thunder were going to beat the Spurs and then railroad my Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm never going to be a homer on this show. I tell you like it is with the Yankees. I tell you like it is with the Giants. I tell you like it is with the Knicks. I tell you like it is with the New York Rangers. With all that being said, if you made me pick right now, better record this year, Giants or Commanders, I'm going to take the Giants. I'm going to take the Giants. Even if I would admit, if the which they wouldn't do, but if the Commanders called the Giants and offered Jaden Daniels straight up for Jackson Dart, which they wouldn't do, obviously you make that trade in a New York minute, in an absolute heartbeat. So the Commanders have the better quarterback. But I think the rest of what's going on these teams, I think favors the Giants. Significant wrist injury for Cade Mays is expected to miss a, quote, significant portion of the season. Very, 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 very bad news. Mays, an excellent center, and they really need him or a steady hands in the interior when you consider the two guards in Detroit are high upside players, but also potentially low downside players as well, in Christian Mahogany and in Tate Ratledge. Now, we think Penei Sewell, who was obviously a top 10 pick, but the first pick of the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell regime, Penei Sewell, who goes to left tackle now with Taylor Decker no longer on the Lions, the guess is that Penei Sewell's going to be good enough to just go and be awesome at left tackle. That you don't have a lot of concerns about that. You know, the Lions are going to be starting a rookie, Blake Miller, at right tackle. Maybe he's awesome, maybe he's not. And if the interior of the line is going to be shaky, consider how this team is built, the Lions. I think their defense is going to be terrible this year. The secondary is hot garbage, and I like Jack Campbell's a good linebacker. Aiden Hutchinson's a stud, right? Pass rusher. Brian Branch will be back at some point, but he obviously got hurt late last season. How are the Lions rushing the passer this year? But the Detroit Tigers, you know, the team that sold at the deadline in incredible fashion, that traded Tarek Skubal, the reigning two-time defending Cy Young Award winner, to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Traded Casey Mize to the San Diego Padres. Those Detroit Tigers, who look like they were waving the white flag, acknowledging we don't have it this year, even in a bad American league, selling at the deadline. Those Detroit Tigers currently one game out of a playoff spot in the American League. One game out of the third wild card spot behind the Texas Rangers. Incredible.
Opinions all the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night show kicks off right now. Back from vacation. Great to be back with you guys. Was down at the Jersey Shore last week with the family. And so I am going to be with you, save a couple of days here and there. Like Labor Day, I'll be off. The Friday heading into Labor Day, I'll be taking the day off as well. But really, I mean, outside of that, I don't have any off days planned for the next several months here. So we got football season just around the corner, both the NFL and college football. We've got a baseball season that is sprinting towards some epic conclusions. And we've got, NBA season. I know it feels like, I'm still soaking in the Knicks title run. Don't get me wrong, but we'll have NBA training camp a couple of weeks away, and the start of the season is just over 2 months away. Same with hockey. So we got a lot, and the sports calendar is going to heat up real freaking quick, baby. Don't you worry. So it's good to be back with you guys. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines is how we roll here for the final hour of the show. So if you want to get aboard and touch on anything we've discussed so far, the talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into at 310-840-4910. And if you text in your question or your take or your opinion, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can feature you on the show. All right, before we get to hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs, I just want to finish off what we were talking about right at the end of the last segment, and that is the new Highmark Stadium, the home of the Buffalo Bills, $2.1 billion project, which, by the way, was funded with $850 million of taxpayer money in the greater Buffalo area, especially in Orchard Park. Well, it's got some eyesores. And I mean literal eyesores. I mean, like to the point where you can't see parts of the field from the seats you're sitting in. And again, if you're watching the show live on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch, some of the pictures that we didn't show you last segment, you're seeing now. I mean, what looks like the end of the press box or just some of the structures of the stadium that separate the upper deck from the actual physical structure of the stadium. It's blocking half of the end zone and it's blocking part of the red zone. There was also another, there's other pictures as well. There's other seats in the stadium that, again, a quarter of the field is just, you can't see. It's completely eliminated. It's completely blocked off. That's one thing if it's a stadium that was built in, I don't know, 1930, 1960, hell, even 1980, right? So architecture back then, 50 years ago, 40 years ago, wasn't what it is today. It's also another thing if you've got, the railings and like the glass view where those railings, connect the stairs to the actual railings. It's one thing if they're like just like a little bit in the way from the front row, but from the third row, and you're basically looking through like a glass warped rendering or visual of the red zone, the entire red zone. Not great. Not great. And so the Bills welcomed in over 50,000 fans for their return of the blue and red training camp practice in the new Highmark Stadium on Saturday night. PSL owners were able to sit in their new seats for the first time. A lot of folks posted these photos on social media, clearly unhappy, and also were told by the Bills, whoever they communicate with in the front office that are the, their reps or folks from the ticket office. They were told that they were adamant that there would be no obstructed views in their seats. So they finished off the last segment by letting you guys know the Bills put out a statement earlier this evening and that they're going to utilize the next 6 weeks to refine any details as they prepare for the home opener, which is Thursday Night Football Week 2 when the Bills take on the Lions on Thursday, September 17th. And again, I don't know how many details can you refine? You just took a couple years to build the stadium. What are you going to do? Let's just take the press box and push it somewhere else. If you're going to, I guess in 6 weeks, you could probably, do some jackhammering, some spackling on some of those railings. Maybe use a different glass paneling, something like that. But there are still dozens, probably over 100 seats that you can't do anything about. I laughed too, by the way, in the article. The team has heard from, quote, less than 1% of PSL holders regarding any sightline issues at the stadium. Okay, first of all, for a stadium that fits 62,000 people, do you know what 1% of that is? 62,000 times 1%, that's still 620 seats. 620. That's 1%. That's 600 seats in the stadium where the sight line is obstructed. We're not talking about like 50 seats. We're talking about over 600. And that's what they're letting on. That's what that's what this source that Alana Getzenberg writes in her article on ESPN that the team has heard from less than 1%. Okay, that's still 600. That's still 600 people. And that would be 600 people that showed up to the stadium on Saturday night. What I think is even funnier is that in this article it says the source added that some of the photos that are circulating show views from seats that are not for sale for football events. The team is planning to hold a variety of events at the stadium in the future. What are we talking about? How many seats are you building in a football stadium for the Buffalo Bills that you're not going to allow people to sit in for NFL games? What kind of cover my ass statement is that? What is probably going to happen, in my opinion, or what I think should happen, Terry and Kim Pagula, the owner of the Bills, hopefully they communicate with the folks that are running things on the operations side in the stadium, in the front office, and the ticketing is, hey, let's some of these folks that have already bought PSLs and season tickets, let's see if they'd maybe be willing to switch. Let's offer them a different seat in the stadium at maybe the same price, maybe just a slightly bit of a price raise. Let's do good by the fans here, right? And then what you should do with these 600 or so seats with obstructed views is those should be the cheapest seats on any given home game. Or if you want to offer them to folks for season tickets to purchase as PSLs, I don't know, maybe just give the actual photos of what it will look like when you're in your seat rather than these computer renderings. So the stadium's already built. You can't fix it, but hopefully the Bills will do good by their fans, which are some of the best fans, not only in the NFL, but in the entire world. All right, before we get to hot or cold, let's get to a phone call here from a fellow Buffalo native, 310-840-4910 if you want to join in. Phil is in Buffalo next up on BetMGM tonight. Phil, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good,
I
man.
just want to say that, unfortunately, everybody will complain about something bad before something good. And, this was an open practice. It was not a game or anything. So the stadium was open to everybody to walk around. So people are taking pictures and posting them. And, they don't know. They weren't even their seats probably. It's a beautiful
They're going to be
place.
somebody's seats, though, aren't they, Phil?
Everybody should just embrace it.
Photos, it's not their seats. They will be somebody's seats.
They will be, but I mean, people are going to post something bad before they're going to post something good.
That doesn't.
It applies to lots of things, like a restaurant. Say you go to a restaurant and it's you have a bad experience. You're going to post about your bad experience before a good experience. So there's kinks.
Yeah, but
that
Phil,
it's
a brand new.
I believe they'll figure it out.
It's a brand new $2 billion stadium that almost half of it was paid by taxpayer money. I don't think it's too hard to ask for to put seats to make sure that when you design the stadium and when you have an architect design the stadium and build it. I don't think it's too hard to ask for it to make sure there's no obstructed views
let me
in
ask
the
you a
stadium.
question. Were you there and saw it in person? Because nobody saw this in person, and those people weren't even in their seats. They were just taking pictures, I believe, because that's how it is. They complain about everything, and they're not used to new. I mean, our stadium, the old stadium was built in '73, so you're used to that with great sight lines, and now you're there in the new stadium, and it's kind of beautiful in there, and it's a big change for everybody.
Yeah, Phil. Hey, I appreciate the call, man. I mean, are you saying that these photos are like AI deepfakes? That these aren't real photos? I mean, what does it matter if it's people whose seats, if it was theirs or not? I mean, they're real photos of real seats in the stadium, and they're pretty horrible views. And so what? What's the next argument? Oh, well, it's less than 1%. It's only 600 seats in a 60,000 capacity stadium. It's not even their seats. People will say more bad than they will. There shouldn't be any bad. It's a brand new $2.1 billion stadium for an NFL franchise that is paid for with $850 million of taxpayer money. There shouldn't be any bad. You want to criticize the food? Okay, maybe. But you want to criticize the parking lot? Maybe. There shouldn't be any complaints about a literally spanking brand new stadium. Like, what are we talking about here? This isn't like a debate. There's reportedly, and this is the team or a source telling Alana Getzenberg, who covers the Bills in the article that she wrote, that the team heard from less than 1% of PSL owners. That's still 600 people. That's still 600 seats. Whether it was their photos, whether it was their seats or not, you got over 600 terrible views in a $2.1 billion stadium. That shouldn't be a thing. Like, what? It's a bad job. It's a bad job. Now, again, I mean, what's the solution? Not going to knock down the stadium. It's going to be there for hopefully 50, 60 years. And I'm sure that there are 50,000, 55,000, 58,000 seats in that stadium that are awesome, that are spectacular, that are phenomenal. But there are, again, if it's 1%, that's still 600 seats in a brand new stadium where a quarter of the field you can't even freaking see. That simply shouldn't happen. So the solution, hopefully the Buffalo Bills now do good by those fans that bought those tickets and were told, that's the other thing I feel like you were missing there, Phil. These people, unless they're just straight up lying, but a lot of these folks, a lot of these Bills fans, season ticket owners, PSL owners, posted photos of what the renderings they were shown, emailed to them of what their seats were going to look like. And then they get there and it's not that, and they have obstructed views of the stadium. That's like Don't you feel like you owe a little bit to do better by those fans if you're the Buffalo Bills now? That's just my opinion. 310-840-4910. Let's get to some more football calls here. Emily is next up in San Diego. Wants to weigh in on the AFC West. Emily, what's going on?
Hi, Pat. I just wanted to say that I listened to your input of the West, and I just have to say Brad is like a fine bottle of champagne, but if you shake him up, and he's going to explode. He's got a great opinion about things, but I'm sorry to say he's so way off on the Chiefs. You are so right on, and I just wanted to say that every time he does these things, he is just like a Superman when it comes to opinions, and I think he's so funny.
Yeah, Emily. So you're a Chiefs fan that lives in San Diego?
Yeah, I lived in Missouri for 8 years, and so they were my Chiefs, and then I had to move back home. But, yeah, the Chargers left a long time ago, so, yes, I am a Chiefs fan.
Well, Emily, I appreciate your call and appreciate the compliments for both me and Brad, because that is a very good metaphor. Brad is like a very nice bottle of champagne. When you shake him up, he's gonna explode. That's really, really good. Yeah, look, I mean, I could see all the negatives and I could see all the shortcomings of the Chiefs on paper. You know, when you spell them out, okay. Rashee Rice was in jail this offseason and is recovering from an offseason knee procedure that took him a little bit longer to recover from than initially would have thought. And he had to recover from part of that in jail. And instead of at the team's facility where he could have been getting top-notch physical therapy and rehabilitation, instead he had to spend 30 days in jail. And Xavier Worthy, who has been dealing with a bit of a shoulder injury. And last year, I know he's only 23. I know it's only his third season, but last year, I mean, he had several games where he was racking up less than 40 receiving yards. That just seems impossible for a guy of his caliber, of his speed. And on top of that, the aging Travis Kelce, an offensive line that has to stay healthy because they have no depth. And that lack of depth was exposed in a big way last year. And Mahomes coming off a torn ACL. And not only that, 2 seasons where Patrick Mahomes, if you take out the name and you take his face away and you just look at the numbers, that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't yell Hall of Famer, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But I just have a lot of belief in the fact that I think the culture they've put in place, even though I think Andy Reid has maybe got a year or two left at most. He's 68 years old, and I'm not even trying to be an ageist, just in terms of, sooner or later there comes a time where things run their course. We've seen it with Mike Tomlin. We've seen it with John Harbaugh just this past year with the Ravens and the Steelers. That time is coming for Andy Reid, whether it's at the end of this season or it's 2 years from now. I don't necessarily look at Andy Reid anymore and think, no doubt, top 3 head coach in football, or no doubt top 5 head coach in football. I don't look at Andy Reid that way anymore. Just like towards the end of last season, I didn't look at Mike Tomlin that way anymore. I didn't look at John Harbaugh that way anymore. And that doesn't mean that John Harbaugh won't crush it with the Giants this year, or that Mike Tomlin, the next job that he gets, which is probably in 2027. Hell, Mike Tomlin, here's a little out of left field hot take for you. No matter how good or bad the Chiefs are this year, I think there's a reality where Andy Reid retires and Mike Tomlin is the next head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs. You heard that here first. Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I could see Mike Tomlin being the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs in 2027. But I still think that Andy Reid is a damn good head coach. He's a multiple-time Super Bowl winning head coach. You've got as much instability as there might be in this receiving core There is stability and there's culture and there is experience and there's leadership from Andy Reid to Kelsey to Patrick Mahomes to several players on the defense. Chris Jones, is his prime behind him? Probably. Can he still be an effective game wrecker? Absolutely. Everybody on the Chiefs, just about everybody, like from top to bottom of the entire roster, all had a down year. You think the Chiefs are going to be that bad again this year? You think just a year after being undefeated in one-score games and then nearly losing every single one-score game, that they're probably not going to be somewhere in between? And if they are, even if they're a 500 club in one-score games, they're going to be 10-7 at worst. I think they're probably an 11-6 ball club. Because I think Patrick Mahomes is the second greatest quarterback of all time and still has the opportunity in time to pass Tom Brady and become the greatest quarterback of all time. I still think this defense is really freaking good, and they added Kyrie's Tonga in the offseason. And they got a healthy Nick Bolton manning this linebacker core, who, by the way, was a bright spot in an otherwise bad season. If there was one guy that didn't have a down season, it was Nick Bolton. And they've got a now healthy L'Jarius Sneed. I know he missed practice today. But L'Jarius Sneed now back on the Chiefs after spending the last 2 seasons injury-riddled with the Titans. I like that they drafted Mansour Delane. I thought the Chiefs were going to go out and get Kenyon Sadiq. But then they trade up and draft Mansour Delane. I think their secondary could be dominant. I still think Spags is one of the best coordinators in the game. They added the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker. And, in case you're sick of hearing it already, it's August 10th. You're going to hear it a lot more. They have Patrick Mahomes. Coming off a torn ACL, I don't give a damn. I think Mahomes is going to be phenomenal. I think he's going to put together a 2021 type season where he's throwing for well over 4,000 yards, more than 35 touchdowns. And the Chiefs are probably going to win the AFC West again. They're going to be, not again, they're going to be back atop their throne. That's my opinion. You killed them for a year. I think it's highly unlikely that you're able to step on the Chiefs or kick them while they're down, because they ain't going to be down. They're going to be right back up on their feet. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get to some more of your phone calls when we return, and we will get to hot or cold. I know producer Brandon Combs is chopping at the bit, so we'll hear from Combsy when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
An all-time great who had to wait too long to get into the Hall of Fame, despite Roger Craig being Thurman Thomas before Thurman Thomas, being Marshall Faulk before Marshall Faulk, LaDainian Tomlinson before LaDainian Tomlinson, the first ever player in the history of the league to go for 1,000 rushing and 1,000 receiving, who supercharged the Niners dynasty in the 80s. We have him revealing a dementia diagnosis, which is obviously no laughing matter, and send the best to Roger Craig and his family. And then we have Adam Vinatieri doing open mic night, pretending that he's doing stand-up. He thinks he's Jerry Seinfeld. Give me a break here. But whatever. You know what? Adam Vinatieri wants to do comedy. He's earned the right. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He can do that. And you know, like, you want to take shots at Peyton Manning, about his forehead. It's not really a shot. It's more of like a tongue-in-cheek. They're friends. Make a comment about Pat McAfee. They're clearly friends. Like, fine. And yes, he did say Bill's the greatest coach ever. But you know, my problem is this. And this pisses me off because I feel like I'm in the minority of this. I feel like you, the person watching or listening right now, like you are going to be on the other side of this. and that most people, sports fans or not, and this is a function of kind of this story becoming a crossover story that everybody's got an opinion on, and most people know about it, I think most people will disagree with me on this. And I think that is a sports sin. Not a real life sin. This is not a life or death matter. But as far as sports goes, this is a sin. You want to make your jokes about Bill Belichick? I did last week. Remember, I talked about North Carolina football on the show last week. And what I said is, the saddest thing about all the sad things, the CVS receipt of things that have gone wrong with North Carolina since Bill Belichick took over, the number one thing, the most offensive thing that's happened, the worst thing that's happened is that they have become irrelevant. And that people don't care about North Carolina football with Bill Belichick as the coach. So I'm on record blasting Belichick for what's happened at North Carolina. And he wants to take the shot at North Carolina, great. And I also said last week, as the father of a girl, I'm a girl dad, I think he's a creep. I do think that. I think he's a creep. And if I found out, now my daughter's 2, but if I found out that my 20-plus-year-old daughter wanted to bring home a 70-year-old man, I would want to knock his teeth down his throat. That's me. You can disagree, but I guarantee you, any father listening to this or watching this right now to a girl will agree with me. Creep. But at some point, there needs to be a modicum of respect for this man and what he accomplished as a coach and as a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Because it's like open season now to tee off on Bill Belichick, who somehow, inexplicably, and Mike Sando is going to join us to start next hour. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about this and more, including potential names on next year's ballot: Antonio Brown, Ben Roethlisberger, Rob Gronkowski, etc. Bill Belichick didn't make the Hall of Fame, which is ludicrous beyond words, right? You can hate him. You can think he's a creep. I do. You can think that he's sullied his reputation since leaving the New England Patriots. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But you have to acknowledge he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And not only is he the greatest coach in the history of the National Football League, he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the history of the National Football League. And it's just become in vogue for everybody to bash this guy like he's some curtain-jerking jabroni slappy. And it's not right. You can think he's done a poor job at Carolina. You cannot like his choice in women and age. You cannot like that. But the fact that this guy, Bill Belichick, is such a punchline in Canton, Ohio, where if you took, let's say that there are more, but let's just say there were 100 head coaches in the history of the NFL. Obviously, there are more. Let's say there are 100, and Bill Belichick's one of the 100. Out of the 100, he is the one that almost certainly respects Canton, Ohio, and that building and that place and what it symbolizes more than the other 99. Don't believe me? Ask anybody that's covered him. Someone who appreciates and knows and understands and respects the history of the game. Staked a claim to be the greatest ever. And everyone's going to make their jokes in that fabled place. Just run this guy through. Well, it's okay. He's the greatest coach ever, but I'm going to take my shots at him. Can there be some respect?
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your phone calls here in a second. We'll get to some hot or cold in a few minutes with producer Brandon Combs. Let's just get an update here on our segment that we do every day, our game, Let's Go Streaking, where everybody picks a batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I took Josh Bell. It was looking like it was slow bucks for me. And then in his final at-bat of the night, Josh Bell drilled a dinger. Josh Bell with a 3-run bomb to dead center field. And so Josh Bell's got a hit. Oh, he actually got up again and got another hit. So he's actually got 2 knocks. So a little cushion for the pushing if I needed it. Josh Bell gets me a hit. Monty took Tyler Soderstrom. He had an RBI double, I believe, in his very first at-bat. So Monty's got a new streak. I've got a new streak. And then Brad and Combs are also in this Rays-A's game, which is only in the 4th inning, so still a couple of at-bats left to go. But Junior Caminero is Brad's guy. He's 0 for 1. Combs, you took Chandler Simpson. He is 0 for 1 as well. So Monty and I both hit, and we're waiting to see if Caminero and Chandler Simpson can get a knock each. All right, let's get back to your calls here. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Mike, who is in Buffalo and wants to weigh in on the new Bills Stadium and these pictures of these seats from PSL owners that have been driving folks crazy over the weekend. Mike, what's going on, man? How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing great, brother. What's up?
You hear me? All right, good. So I actually have PSLs. I purchased them. I had tickets to the old stadium. Great view there. It's a whole process. What I will tell you is when we sat through the process, they made everybody aware, like if you had lower 400s, which it looks like most of those tickets are coming from, that you would have that safety rail there. So all those people were made aware prior to. The only objection I see to a lot of complaints is the covering. A lot of people in the lower 100s, 200s, 300s were told they'd be covered, but they're not. That's the only thing the objection I see. The other issue I see is the one about the press box, where the guy, like, he can only see from midfield back toward one end zone. If you notice the photo, he's standing in the stairs. He's not even in his seat.
Okay, so Mike, you're
like,
so I was gonna say, you're saying that you're thinking some folks intentionally took some bad photos. Like, it feels like that's not very Buffalo Bills Mafia fan like.
Don't want to swear because they asked me not to, but we do have a lot of bad in our fan base. And the other thing is, it's called the red and blue scrimmage. A lot of season ticket holders just give tickets away to random people. So these random people really weren't expecting that, like a season ticket holder would be expecting it. Does that make sense?
I suppose, yeah.
This event that they had is, in previous years, was we're going to put out 40,000 tickets first come, first serve for a lot of people that can't get into the stadium for games. So there was a lot of people, I knew a handful, that don't have seasons that were coming to for the first time to see the stadium that weren't season ticket holders. So I take a lot of this complaints with a grain of salt, but my point earlier was the season ticket holders that purchased PSL that went through the same process as me were told about the safety rails in certain areas of the stadium. So they don't have a complaint.
Okay, so Mike, wait. So I might have not heard you correctly. So you were there on Saturday?
Yeah.
And so all in all, brand new stadium looks pretty damn good. Looks amazing. I did see some complaints about the video boards as well.
Well, to be fair, I've never really watched the video boards because I'm watching the game, to be honest. But they actually today, as I say this, I did a tour of the stadium. They did a season ticket holder tour. They look exactly the same size as the old stadium. And to me, they were fine, honestly. I got to see everything, but my line of sight in the new stadium, I could see every play develop. So I'm not watching the scoreboard to watch the scoreboard. I'm watching the field.
Okay. Fair enough. Hey, Mike, I appreciate the first-hand eyewitness insight and perspective. And appreciate the call, and good luck and have fun. It must be an incredible time as a Bills fan with that brand new stadium. But yeah, look, I mean, It's one thing and I'm sure there probably were people. I believe Mike wholeheartedly. I'm sure there were people that aren't season ticket holders, but did get tickets or had people say, "Hey, or here's my I get my ticket, if you will," or whatever to get into the brand new stadium for the red and blue. It's a practice. It's a practice at training camp. So maybe you get some people that are like, "Oh, well, I'm not a season ticket holder, and I don't know. I want some attention on social media. I'm going to take some intentionally bad photos." I'm sure there probably were some, but I don't know. I mean, there's some pretty good cold hard evidence with some of these pictures that even if you lean a little bit to the left or to the right, like the press box and some of the physical structures of the stadium and the guardrails and the stairs, like they're obstructing the view. Like unless you're telling me these are like fake photos, these are AI deep fakes. There's I believe what my eyes are showing me. And if you're watching the show live on YouTube or Twitter or Twitch, like maybe it's not 600 seats. Maybe it's only like 100 or 200. And I'm not looking for a reason to rail on the Buffalo, no pun intended, to rail on the Bills or ownership or this new stadium. I'm sure 99% of it is awesome and fantastic. But, it caused an uproar on social media over the weekend because there were dozens of posts about how bad some of the views from these seats are. So, I mean, I guess Mike was there on Saturday, so it's hard to argue with that. But, he did mention the one thing that he had to complain about was that some people in the 100s and 200s were told that their seats would be covered by the top of the stadium, which, again, it's not a roof, but it has some coverage over the seats, whereas the old Highmark Stadium had none. They were told they would have coverage, and they didn't. That's another complaint. But, I guess we'll find out for sure one way or another once we are able to actually see it on TV. And hopefully, if it's, that Thursday night game, hopefully the folks at Amazon, hopefully they do some of their own investigative journalism, and that is brought to the broadcast some of these seats. That'll be the first time we're seeing that brand new spanking stadium for a regular season game. 310-840-4910. Let's get to another caller here. Let's go to Mike, who's in Chicago, next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
What's up, Pat? I just want to, I'm a diehard Packers fan here in Chicago, and obviously there's lots talked about the Bears in the NFC North and Detroit as a resurgence. How do you see the Packers dealing with that, with the division, and what do you think as a whole? What would you expect from this? I know they're going to miss Parsons for about 5 or 6 games.
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate the call, and that's got to be tough living in enemy territory. Being a Packers fan that lives in Chicago, our producer Brandon Combs in the show chat says, "Go back to Wisconsin, you bum." That's look. I give you kudos. I give you credit, especially wear that green and yellow. Wear it proudly in the Windy City, my man. Don't be shy. They're not going to do anything to you. Hopefully, depending on what part of Chicago you're in, maybe. No, but in all seriousness, look. I mean, I feel like I've made it very well known at this point how high I am on Jordan Love. I have a man crush, I guess, if you will, on Jordan Love. I picked him to win the MVP last year. I'm picking him to win the MVP again this season. I think he's incredible. I think he's a top 5 quarterback. I think he's going to be awesome. And I think having Tucker Kraft back and healthy is a massive boost. And I think Matthew Golden is going to take that big step up this year. No idea what's going to happen with Josh Jacobs from a punishment perspective. In terms of the domestic violence accusations that he has against him, which sounded really disturbing on paper. But nothing has matriculated. Nothing has happened at all. And at this point, it doesn't feel like there's going to be any kind of suspension handed out to him. So, I mean, if he's healthy and plays the entire season, he's been a great running back. So it feels like they're going to have a really solid run game again. Yeah, the defense is going to miss Micah Parsons for the first probably month and a half. But I think their secondary is so underrated. I think Xavier McKinney is probably the best free safety in football. And I think they're going to make the playoffs. And I think they're going to win the division. But I still have my doubts. Over the last couple of years, I have gone from a person that has thought that Matt LaFleur has really elevated them to then seeing some of the way they've crashed out of the playoffs in the last couple of years. I now kind of feel like Matt LaFleur is almost holding this team back. Still good enough regular season coach to get him into the postseason. But he has got to change his approach to play calling if they want to do some damage in the postseason this year. Where he's so adamant, he's so reluctant to get away from what feels like a 50-50 play call between the run game and the passing game. I hope Matt LaFleur thinks Jordan Love is as good as I do. Because I want to see some games where Jordan Love throws it 40 times. It's not always a great thing. But you've got such a weapon under center, and you've got to use him, man. And I know the receiving core the last few years has struggled to stay healthy. And I know it's a big if to say that Christian Watson and Jaden Reed are both going to play 17 games this year. But I just feel like you got to go out. You got to let your quarterback cook on a week-to-week basis this season because I think he's a freaking absolute cannon and a gold mine at quarterback. So I got high expectations for Jordan Love. And I got pretty high expectations for the Packers, but I feel like I've got to harness those once we get to the postseason, assuming they make it there. But I think they're going to win the NFC North, and I think the Lions are going to come in second. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll finish with hot or cold. We still haven't gotten to it. You guys have been awesome on the phone line, so we'll finish out with any phone calls, any texts you have, 310-840-4910. But we will give producer Brandon Combs a chance. I know his skin was crawling when I was just talking about the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love there. I know his skin has been crawling with me talking about Shohei Ohtani's probably still going to win the NL MVP. I know he's got some thoughts on this new Bill Stadium as well. So we'll do hot or cold when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I do still believe Kyler starting in week 1. And I canvassed this morning. I texted a bunch of people in the NFL, media members, and otherwise, people that I'm close with. Who do you think's going to start for Minnesota in week 1? Everyone said Kyler. So I'm not trying to be Chicken Little here. Sky's falling. J.J. McCarthy starting week 1 against the Packers. I still think it's going to be Kyler Murray. And I'll still have some excitement going into the year. And we got preseason games coming up this week. So we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of weeks. I do think it'll be Kyler. But again, the fact that we are here and Kyler has not already been named the starting quarterback, or at least even if Kevin O'Connell wanted to keep the facade of a competition up, the fact that we don't have local and national reporters all saying, yeah, done deal, Kyler's going to be the quarterback. Like, think about what's going on in Cleveland. We'll get to the Browns coming up in a little bit with Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Like, you have reporters right now, locally and nationally, saying that Deshaun Watson is the front runner to start in week 1. You have local and national reporters about the Vikings saying J.J. McCarthy outplayed Kyler Murray in this big practice. This is not what you want. If you're a Vikings fan, someone that wants to bet the Vikings, if you're a fantasy football player, you don't want this. You know what you want? You want Kyler to be awesome. That's what gets you to the true potential of this team. If Kyler Murray is awesome. Now, I don't talk to Justin Jefferson. Him and I are not friends. I would imagine that he's not necessarily pleased with this development. The fact that neither of these guys is playing, and again, consider the quote from Judd Zolgad. Neither has shown any consistency or lived up to what you want to see from an NFL quarterback. So this isn't J.J. McCarthy's dusting Kyler Murray and J.J.'s awesome. This is, they're both not good, and J.J. at times has been, like, less bad than Kyler has been. That's what it is. It's brutal. And if Kyler can't get it together, and I would still bet on it happening, because I'm a Kyler Murray fan, and I'm a little biased, and I'm honest about that. If Kyler Murray can't get it together, We could be really honest about this. I'm still going to pick the Vikings to the playoffs, assuming Kyler starts week 1. But I have to acknowledge the downside scenario here, right? If Kyler's not good this year, the Vikings are coming in last in this division. Who was better at his height? Again, acknowledging they play different positions. Antonio Brown or Ben Roethlisberger? I'll take Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown
was absolutely a dominant wide receiver whose credentials on the field, as far as his production, to me, he's an easy one. Now,
but he's crazy, obviously. So, what happens with Antonio Brown?
Look, when I was on the committee when Terrell Owens didn't get in right away. And I was like, what are we doing? Now with Terrell Owens, there was some debate. See, the Hall of Fame's very adamant about hey, you do not take into account the off-field stuff, which we know does come into account. Jim Tyrer was on the committee. He murdered his wife and committed suicide. And so I think that's a factor why he didn't get in my opinion. So I do think those things are in the back of people's mind, but they're not supposed to be. With Terrell Owens, there was some question about whether the off-field stuff actually affected on-field, the way he disrupted Donovan McNabb and all of that. Agree or disagree? That kind of came in. To me, Antonio Brown was just a super dominant player who's easy Hall of Fame credentials, and I'm going to try to explain to the committee that. And I have no idea what the other people are going to think. But to me, the Hall may not like him standing up there, or whoever may not like him standing up there, depending on what he might say. I don't know. What do you think about somebody and how they represent the game? Is that an important thing to you? Or are we just going by the dominance they showed? I don't know how it's going to shake out.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, final 10, 15 minutes or so here on BetMGM Tonight, and we'll turn things over to Westwood One Sports Night. Linnell Willingham and my guy Denton Day and the rest of that crew coming up at the top of the hour. I'm Pat Boyle. We still got some time to get to your phone calls and texts, so last chance, get aboard here, 310-840-4910. But you guys have been hot and heavy on the phones this hour, so we haven't got a chance to do hot or cold. We normally kick off the final hour with it. So let's get to it right now with producer Brandon Combs. Combs, it's great to be back with you, brother. I was on vacation last week. You were on vacation the week before that. Feels like it's been forever since I've done a show with you, my man. But what's going on tonight, Combsy?
What's going on, Pat? Look, I'm over here trying to work my camera as we talk. I'm not sure quite what's going on with the camera not turning on, but it's not turning on. So we're just gonna talk, and you're not gonna be able to see me. But hey, that's just sometimes that's life. I don't know. It says it's.
Some would say you look better with the camera off.
I definitely have a face for radio. 110% have a face for radio. That's there's no denying that.
All right, what's up? What do you got? Let's do some hot or cold.
All right, hot or cold. Bills fans have to accept that they have a flawed stadium design. Period.
Yeah, I mean, look, hot. I think it's hot. Now, this isn't, I mean, I'm sure there have been, off the top of my head, I can't think of other stadiums that have been built in the last 20 or 30 years that are like just very poorly designed. And it's like, wow, what moron designed this? What architect did they have build this stadium? It's not that bad. But again, there were enough social media pictures over the weekend that caused quite an uproar. With some of the obstructed views in the stadium, the press box for one, the railings, the guard railings, and the steps leading up to some of the sections, another. We've had two Bills fans, one call in to just feels like he was blindly defending the Buffalo Bills and the new stadium as if they could do nothing wrong. And the other was a Bills fan and a season ticket holder that was there on Saturday. But and also kudos to you, like credit if you have really great seats and you don't even have to worry about that. That's what it sounded like. I think it was Mike in Buffalo, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it sounded like. He sounded like he's got great seats. He said, I don't even have to look at the video board because I have great seats. I never have to look at the scoreboard. Okay, that's awesome. But there are probably, 1%, 600 seats in that stadium that do have obstructed views. And so, yeah, I think not in every way, but in some ways, yes, it was a flawed stadium design.
Yeah, look, I just think that, some Bills fans are going to blindly defend the stadium because it's new to them. They've been begging for it. They're happy to have it, and good for you. But, like, Mike has great seats, doesn't need to see the video board. Well, that's great because some of these people are going to have to watch half of the game on the video board because they can't see the field from their seats. And I don't even know if they're going to be able to see the video board from their seats because it's so damn small. And not only that, like we talked about this during the break, and I don't think a lot of people are talking about this, but those glass railings and stuff like that, like those are great in indoor stadiums. They really are. I mean, I had gone to quite a few indoor stadiums that have them, and they're fantastic for viewing purposes. But Buffalo is not a closed stadium. It's not a dome. It's not a retractable roof. It's not a fixed roof. It's just sort of half enclosed like a soccer stadium. When it snows and it gets -15 in Buffalo, I don't know if you've ever seen glass. Have you ever gone out to your car, Pat, on a -15-degree day with no, heat running on the windshield? Is it hard to see through the windshield with all the ice that is compacted on?
Yeah, it's a little tough.
It's a little tough, right? So in the wintertime, this is going to be tough, man. It's just a bad design, and I don't understand. Look, I was before I got into sports media, I was in construction for a very long time. Built houses, built kitchens, custom bathrooms. And when you build these things, you often get a blueprint. And the blueprint comes from somebody who was on a computer, who's never stepped foot in the house, and says, yeah, this will work. And then you get in the room and you're like, yeah, this isn't going to work.
Yes.
This isn't even close. This does not work. And we always used to say, there's a reason why the guys in the office are the guys in the office and the guys in the field are the guys in the field. Because the guys in the field know how to build it. And we'll know how to adjust it. And we'll know how to make everything work once we get there. But when you design it, like, there's going to be flaws. And that's what the Buffalo Bills are finding out here. It's the same way the Chicago White Sox found out when their stadium was facing the highway as opposed to the downtown skyline. Just a bad design.
All right, let's squeeze in one more here. What do you got?
All right. Hot or cold? The Cubs will win the NL Central.
Cold. And it's not just because I know you're a Cubs fan. And I predicted a World Series this year, Cubs versus Yankees. I'm sticking to that prediction. I still think the Cubs can and will get to the World Series. I don't think they win the division because I told you the Brewers are going to win the division because I told you Pat Murphy's the best manager in baseball, and he's proven me right once again. They're 30 games above 500. The only chance I feel like for the Cubs to win that division, the 7 meetings they play the Brewers, they've got to win at least 5 of those. Otherwise, the Brewers have been the best team in baseball collectively now for the entire season. They've got a solid lineup. They've got a great bullpen. They've got the best pitcher in baseball this year. And they just play fundamental baseball. I just don't see them falling off the rails here in the final 40 games of the season to the point where the Cubbies are going to catch them.
Yeah, look, I think the Cubs have the easier end of season schedule. I think that once you get Milwaukee, now they're going to have to take care of business against Milwaukee. They're going to have to win 5 of 7, 6 of 7 against Milwaukee in the first 9 days of September when they play those 2 series. You do that, and the Cubs win this division. The Brewers just keep winning. I have no clue how the Brewers have the best record in baseball. Again, better than the Dodgers, better than the Braves. I mean, people talk about the Cubs, how hurt the Cubs have been. They're only a game or 2.5 games worse than the Braves and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Who people talk about being out of this world. So I think that the Cubs can win the division. They just have to take care of business in September.
All right, Combs, great stuff, man. I know you had a bunch of other stuff we didn't get a chance to get to, so we'll have definitely a lot juicier of a hot and cold tomorrow, hot or cold, but appreciate it. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Michael Montgomery. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
I can't put the Commanders over the Eagles in good conscience. There's no way. And you know I'm a Jalen Hurts fan. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to have a big bounce-back year with Sean Mannion now calling the plays and A.J. Brown and Foxborough with the Patriots. I'm definitely picking the Cowboys to be better than the Commanders. You know I've been on Dallas all offseason. And as it stands right now, and this is where we can tie in all the positivity with the Giants, I have never been in my life the most optimistic Giants fan. And you guys know this if you watch or listen to the show. Just listen to the way I talked about the Knicks for the majority of the season. My Knicks. And they went on to win the NBA championship. I was nervous before Game 7 of the Western Conference Final that the Thunder were going to beat the Spurs and then railroad my Knicks in the NBA Finals. I'm never going to be a homer on this show. I tell you like it is with the Yankees. I tell you like it is with the Giants. I tell you like it is with the Knicks. I tell you like it is with the New York Rangers. With all that being said, if you made me pick right now, better record this year, Giants or Commanders, I'm going to take the Giants. I'm going to take the Giants. Even if I would admit, if the which they wouldn't do, but if the Commanders called the Giants and offered Jaden Daniels straight up for Jackson Dart, which they wouldn't do, obviously you make that trade in a New York minute, in an absolute heartbeat. So the Commanders have the better quarterback. But I think the rest of what's going on these teams, I think favors the Giants. Significant wrist injury for Cade Mays is expected to miss a, quote, significant portion of the season. Very, 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 very bad news. Mays, an excellent center, and they really need him or a steady hands in the interior when you consider the two guards in Detroit are high upside players, but also potentially low downside players as well, in Christian Mahogany and in Tate Ratledge. Now, we think Penei Sewell, who was obviously a top 10 pick, the first pick of the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell regime, Penei Sewell, who goes to left tackle now with Taylor Decker no longer on the Lions. The guess is that Penei Sewell is going to be good enough to just go and be awesome at left tackle, that you don't have a lot of concerns about that. You know, the Lions are going to be starting a rookie, Blake Miller, at right tackle. Maybe he's awesome, maybe he's not. And if the interior of the line is going to be shaky, consider how this team is built, the Lions. I think their defense is going to be terrible this year. The secondary is hot garbage, and I like Jack Campbell's a good linebacker. Aiden Hutchinson's a stud, right? Pass rusher. Brian Branch will be back at some point, but he obviously got hurt late last season. How are the Lions rushing the passer this year? But the Detroit Tigers, you know, the team that sold at the deadline in incredible fashion, that traded Tarek